All right, the Washington County Quorum Court is now called into session. Well, good afternoon, or good evening. My wife will get on me. It's past afternoon. Good evening. It's Christmas season. I know everybody's got their Christmas shopping done. I think we have 2 days left. I'm stalling for the Madisons to come on and run up here. But you're not bringing the super soaker.
Surprising the sheriff letting in.
Oh, did he make it through the metal detectors?
Drag on too long, you're gonna get soaked.
Uh-oh, all right. Yeah, we have a full agenda, so first thing we want to do, Justice Balls, you want to lead us out in prayer and pledge?
Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for all that you blessed us with. Help us this season remind that it's valid. And help others that are less fortunate than us. Keep everyone safe as we travel this holiday season. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent. Thank you, JP Balls. All right, item number 3, so we're going to be looking to adopt the agenda. Need a motion to adopt the agenda? We have a motion to adopt the agenda, but I think we have some amendments to be made. JP Balls.
I would like to add my resolution, if I could, please.
All right, so we need
Anywhere is good with me.
Add a resolution. Is that already been submitted and passed?
Yes.
Okay, it's been passed around, and that's the resolution on the
Grant.
the residents, Fred residents?
No, it's resident, it's on the.
Oh, it's a block grant. It's a block grant one. Okay, that's the resolution. What else did we have? Justice Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. I would move that we strike item 23. I'm really not prepared, and we have a very lengthy agenda.
Item 23, which is the
It's just that lingering issue about the consent.
consent agenda. Okay, all right. Any other amendments to the agenda? All right, so we have the adoption of the agenda with the adding of the resolution, block grant, and the removal of item number 23. So we can put the resolution in its place, number 23. And that's Justice J.P. Balls. Move?
Are we through with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would also move that we suspend the rules tonight and read the ordinances by title.
Okay, let's get the vote on the adoption of the agenda.
That's what I asked.
We got a motion to adopt the agenda as amended, and a second. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right, we have the adopted agenda. All right, J.P. Madison.
Okay, I move that we suspend the rules and read.
By title only?
Ordinances by title only. Are there any resolutions?
Well, it will be one. It will be
And the
one.
resolution unless the sponsor wants it
Okay.
read. Thank you.
We got a motion to suspend the rules to read by title only ordinances and resolution if the sponsor so desires.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we have one opposed, it passes. All right, citizen comments. At this point, this is where we ask the citizens to come up and visit with us about the agenda. You'll have a time limit of about 3 minutes, but again, at this point, any citizens that would like to comment about our agenda, we welcome you at this point. Any citizen comments? All right, we're just going right on down to the approval of, okay. Come on, young fella. And state your name, where you from?
Hello, my name is Shane Grisham from Lincoln, Arkansas. I'm
right.
here to talk specifically about the Native Flower Project.
Okay,
I'd like to throw this out there. I could go ahead and give my reasons for why I'm opposed to it, and maybe then during the period for the appellants such as myself to speak,
and it will
you
be.
could do a question and answer time then if you had any questions for me. So I'd like to go ahead and just present my opinion and my perspective of why I'm opposed to this, if that's okay with you guys.
You have 3 minutes, that's sure.
Okay, so I have a PowerPoint presentation. It's very short. Maybe. Let's see.
Just close that one down.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Here, the summary, I don't know how, is she putting it over there? Okay. So here's a summary of my concerns. First is an increased potential for crime in the neighborhood. I was here for the first meeting. I understand the security systems that'll be in place for the facility. I'm not concerned that the facility would be broken into. However, I'm concerned that the facility has a certain persona or perception in the community that it's going to be accessible or potentially available for break-in. I've spoken to people that thought that they could sneak in there and get some marijuana in the middle of the night. And so I know people in the community kind of feel like it's not going to be heavily guarded. So I believe that this one-lane dead-end dirt road that I live on will have potential to see increased crime for people that come there to steal drugs, get there, realize they cannot break into this facility, and my new home, which is right across the street, is a perfect place for someone to break into, my shop or my home. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the driving hazard on the road. It's a small one-lane dead-end road about 1.5 miles long. It is a county road, but there are two, let's go to that section. Here's my house off the road. I'm standing in the road. You can see my house being built out there. And then this is from my front yard. If you see the field at the end of the road, that's where the facility will be built. And so that kind of gives you a perspective of where my home is in relationship to the project. But I'm concerned about the traffic on the road because of the size of the road. There are 2 single-lane bridges on the road. Both of those are located on blind corners. One of those bridges is a low-water bridge. And I'm afraid that the increased traffic from this 7-day facility is supposed to be in operation 7 days a week. It's just going to create dangerous driving conditions on this road. The other thing I'm concerned about is the decrease in property value. I'm building my home, as you saw. I'm concerned that my property, after I've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars.
All right, you keep your 3 minutes. Go ahead and start wrapping.
Okay, property values will be negatively impacted. Last thing that I'm concerned about is we teach our children at home. I don't know if we're designated as a private school or a home school, but there is supposed to be located 3,000 feet from a private school. There is a concern there that might be an issue.
All right.
So
You'll
my,
have an opportunity again during the
there you go.
executive session. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other citizen comments? Any other citizen comments? Okay, we'll go to the item number 5, approval of minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes as is written.
All right, Justice Ecke is a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? Those opposed? All right, minutes been approved. Treasurer Hill, you have item 6, Treasurer Hill.
Hello, everybody. Merry
All right,
Christmas.
you, Merry Christmas.
I forgot my tie, sorry. All right, 6.1, financial summary. We did get a good, well, it started at 1,000 general. We did get a good property tax settlement in November, and that helped push our revenues over expenditures. We began the month with 10.1, ended the month at 12.7. Looked down to 2,000 road and 3017 jail. Both were almost identical as far as revenues and expenditures, and they began and ended the month about the same. Bottom of the next page, we ended the month with $45.7 million in the bank. 6.2, 1 cent sales tax. We had a good month. It was up 6.72% over the same period last year. 622,000 came in, that's 41,000 over last year. 6.3, the jail, 1/4 cent tax. Got in 846,000, 56,000 over the same period last year, and for the year so far, it's 543,000 over 2016. 1/2 cent road tax. Had a modest increase of 1.36%. 125,000 came in, that's 1,700 over same period last year. And today we did get our December sales tax numbers, and they're up as well. 2.4% for the general and jail, and the road 1/2 cent was at 4.2. And for the overall 2017, it looks like we're going to be up $1,073,000 in additional revenue, thanks to the growth of the sales tax. 6.5, employee insurance. Just the beginning balance is $2 million, a little over $2 million. We ended $1.7 million, but that's because we didn't have a insurance transfer in November. It was held off until December. So that's why that's $300,000 less than what we started with. And that's all I have. If there's any questions, I can take them.
JP Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
You're welcome.
On the sales tax, what is the situation as far as money coming in from internet sales?
Still, it doesn't, I'm waiting for February to see what the Christmas, how many people got on Amazon to order stuff. So February might tell us something, but right now I'm not seeing a big increase one way or the other as far as the sales tax on internet sales.
So if a constituent or myself, if I buy something on the internet and I'm not charged sales tax, am I to pay the sales tax?
By state law, yes, you are supposed to send that tax money to the state.
Very good. I just thought it'd be good to get it stated.
Yes, all right,
Thank you.
yes.
Any others? Thank you, Treasurer Hill.
Thank you.
Director Farber? Did I see her? Yes.
$7.1 is our unappropriated reserves. For November, we're sitting at $6.4 million in unappropriated reserves. We had one ordinance that was approved last month. 7.2 is our summary of revenues and expenditures. Approximately, the fund should be at 92% expended. And for the most part, everyone looks pretty good. The next page is our summary statement of operations. This is a department breakdown with encumbrances. Again, approximately 92% expended is where everyone should be. Typically, if you see a department over 92%, more likely it's because they've already spent their budget for the year for encumbrances, which is normal at this time. And that is all I have.
All right, questions for Director Farber? Thank you.
Thank you.
County Judge's report will be brief. You have two things I guess I want to make sure I share. JP Lundstrom is out. He had surgery today. He is out of surgery. He's heading back home. All is well, so do keep him in your thoughts and prayers as we head into the holidays. Want to give a thanks to our elected officials and our mayors for the work that we've kind of worked together all throughout the year, and so I want to make sure I publicly acknowledge and thank them for the work that they've done in working with me and as in the office as we serve the people in the county. So thank you guys. And then obviously I want to thank all the employees in the county, wishing you guys all a Merry Christmas. The two items that you have in your packet would be item 8.1, which is a approval of the Washington Regional Medical Board. We have a list of those individuals to be approved, and so those are submitted: Neil Pendergraft, Dorothy Hamby, Sheriff Helder, Dr. Anthony Huey, and Director Chief of Staff Larry Armstrong. Those are the five that I have submitted, and we just need a voice approval of those for the Washington Regional Medical Center. It's been moved and properly second, moved by Justice Sue Madison, approved by J.P. Kicklack. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. And then the second one is just for your information, the HIV report. They had their board meeting yesterday and submitted their report, and that's submitted in there for your reading pleasure. With that being said, we'll move on to item number 9. At this point, I'll go ahead and ask the planning director, or is it going to be Nathan? Which one is going to come and speak to it? Nathan Crouch. Spend a little time talking about the native flower, item number 9.
I just wanted to let you know that my voice is not going to permit me to do this tonight, so Sita will come up here and read
Okay.
my script for me.
Come on, Miss Cedar. Can you grab another chair? You gonna stay up there, Nathan, or you, okay, got you.
All right, this presentation was what was presented to the planning board.
And this is obviously an appeal of the native flower. It was approved by our planning department and approved by our planning
Planning
board.
board.
It's been appealed, and so that's what we're discussing here tonight.
That's
Okay.
correct, sir. Oh, hold on here. Let me get it on the big screen. There we go. Okay. The native flower CUP request is located in the southwest portion of the county, near Lincoln and Cane Hill. The site is in a very rural setting off Bush Road. There appear to be 6 to 8 residences past the project site. The site map shows there are residential properties adjacent to the subject property. The project site is shown here with the yellow star. The applicant claims their home is under construction within close proximity to the project site, but when staff visited the site back in September, the construction was not obvious and therefore was not noted. This is the site plan. Detention is not required at this time, but may be required in subsequent phases if the county engineer requires it. A phasing plan will be submitted at preliminary large-scale development review if this proposed facility is selected by the state of Arkansas as one of 5 cultivators. The site plan shows a double 8-foot security fence with the fire lane inside the fence. The fire lane will be accessed by emergency vehicles via Knox box. The fire lane meets fire code. There will also be a loading dock behind a drive-through auto security gate. The delivery vehicle delivering vehicles and/or transporting medical marijuana from the facility will be in a nondescript van or pickup. There will be no commercial deliveries. The hours of operation will be from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. 7 days a week, with 1 security personnel on site 24/7. There will be 1 work shift with 5 employees. After construction is completed, there will be no sign or outdoor lighting. There will not be trash dumpster on site. The waste from manufacturing will be composted on site. The garbage will be picked up curbside, secured in a polycart to prevent attracting animals. 1 time per week, it will be picked up by a local service provider. The floor plan of the head house is shown here, with maximum travel distance to emergency exits shown in red. This layout meets fire code. This layout represents the first 2 buildings closest to the road. The head house is where the offices, restrooms, and all non-growing operations occur. The next 3 behind the head house are the growing areas or the greenhouses. These building elevations show what the greenhouses will look like structurally. These plans aren't required for conditional use permit review, but since we have them, we are showing them here. This is an example of the type of biometric security door locking systems the applicant is proposing. They have provided a summary of security measures they are proposing to be in compliance with the rules and regulations of the state of Arkansas. There will be an alarm system monitored by a third-party company, which will include 1 wearable and 1 fixed panic button, which will automatically signal law enforcement of a duress or hold-up situation. They will have an access control system with proximity card readers, proximity key fobs, and biometric locks for each ingress point, and a video surveillance system that has 31 360-degree fisheye infrared cameras and 3 variable focal infrared cameras for continuous monitoring of scales and transactions. The security plan was presented to Deputy Cantrell at the Washington County Sheriff's Department. His comment was, "It appears, on paper at least, they will have a professionally designed and installed security system. The state has implemented stringent regulations. If they abide by those regs, we will have no comments or concerns." The speed limit at this location is 30 miles per hour. The sight distance requirement in a 30-mile-per-hour zone is 335 feet of unobstructed sight distance in each direction. This proposal shows 335 feet to the south and 390 feet to the north. Sight distance is adequate. This photo shows what the site looks like from the road. The 2 driveways this conditional use permit request is proposing will be between the vehicle in the foreground and the tree in the distance. Planning staff has received one public comment in opposition to this proposal based on lowered property values, increased traffic, unwanted visitors, smell, noise, and bright lights. And staff has received 2 public comments in favor of the proposal. Staff recommended approval of the native flower conditional use permit with conditions. The conditions are the same as what was approved on October 5th, at the October 5th Planning Board meeting, and they were included in the staff report packet Mr. Crouch sent out to the Quorum Courts 10 days in advance of this meeting. Thank you. Are there any questions for the planning staff?
Justice, J.P. Balls.
Thank you, Judge. Were there any issues when you were asking the applicants, because I know you go back and forth with them, were there any issues that they brought up that they didn't want to do or they had some issues with?
No.
I'm basically getting at how easy were they to work with? Were they
Oh, they're
were they
very
open
easy to work with, and they have done this before in another state.
Okay.
And like the building elevations that you saw, the structural elevations, are kind of boilerplate. So they brought those to the table automatically, brought a lot of it to the table automatically.
Okay. Thank you.
J.P. Dennis.
So, thank you, Judge. We've already heard from one of the neighbors,
Yes, sir.
and he made several comments there. Can you address some of those specifically? If he does have a private school in that area or homeschool across the street?
One of the conditions of approval that was approved at CUP with the planning board was that the facility adhere to all of Arkansas state laws having to do with medical marijuana cultivation. So, as long as they're adhering to Arkansas state law, then Washington County won't have a problem with it as far as the conditions that were approved at the planning board.
J.P. Harbison.
I understand that there will be only 5 permits given in the state to grow marijuana. Is that?
Yes.
And those have not been approved at this time, have they?
No, ma'am, I hear February they'll be making the decision, and I hear there's over 90
90 applicants?
applicants. Yes.
So, I mean, you know, this is a proposed site. If this organization or group of people or whoever putting this in should get a permit out of the 90. So, you know, in a way, it's kind of premature because they don't have their permit yet.
The CUP, the applicant only submitted for CUP this go-round in order to have that use approved for selection.
applicant, yeah.
Then if they are selected, then they'll come back through with their large-scale development request.
Okay.
J.P. Dennis, and then J.P. Aki.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Judge. I had a couple
Oh, I'm sorry.
a while ago, and I just didn't get them in before we went to the
Okay.
end, which I'm glad to yield, but still. The road was mentioned, and it was mentioned about a low-water bridge. It was mentioned about traffic, narrowness, and everything like that. Does the ones putting the site in, do they have to improve the road?
No,
Or
sir.
does the county have to improve the road? Who takes care of the road?
The county takes care of the road, but
It's a county road?
it is a county road, and the county road department and the county contract engineer had no comments.
They have no comments?
Correct.
Really? Okay. So do you have any comments about it?
Say again,
Do you have any comments about it?
about the road.
About the safety of the road, the safety of the bridges?
Looking at it objectively,
Yes.
they have 5 employees, one shift. 5 people coming in, 5 people coming out. And I don't know the frequency of deliveries leaving the facility. But they won't be having any commercial deliveries coming in. Objectively, that's all I have.
Okay. Do you feel like someone can break in or not? You think it is that secure that, because that's a pretty isolated area. And I can see how.
Again, I have to look at these things objectively, and the sheriff's department claimed that they had no concerns.
Thank you.
J.P. Ecke, and then J.P. Sue Madison.
Thank you, Judge. How many private residences are around this area?
I counted 6 to 8 beyond the project site. But some of them from Google Earth, couldn't tell if they were a residence or a shed or a barn. But just beyond the site, the road really narrows. It's narrow at the site, and those bridges, they're narrow too. They
It's a
are
one-lane.
bridges.
I believe that I was informed, and I spoke with Superintendent Ward and Phillips today, and it is a narrow one-lane
Sure.
road, as is the bridge. So two cars cannot go across the bridge at the same time.
Not across the bridge.
And
As far as going up and down the road,
it's a
just
one-lane,
depends on,
it's just
depends
a
if they
one-lane
both
road.
live there and they're used to it.
Yeah, it's a one-lane road. So you have about 6 to 8 residences that live within that area?
Beyond the site, I would say there are several before the site, but I did not count.
Okay, and that area is currently zoned for agro or
Typical county
residential?
zoning,
Or
agricultural and single-family residential, 1 unit per acre.
okay. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Justice Sue Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. I'm gathering that these plants will not exactly be row crops. They're going to be indoors in a greenhouse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the grow cycle on marijuana from planting to harvest? I don't have a lot of personal experience, so help me. I mean, I know apples come off once a year, but how
Neither do I,
often do you?
ma'am. The applicant would be able to answer that question for you.
Okay, I'm just curious, how often there would be trucks coming to pick up the product or
I'm not sure.
bring in more seeds or however this is done.
Let's see, Chief Eads.
What was the vote on the planning board, do you recall?
I don't recall the numbers, but it was, it easily passed. I think there was one. I think there was 1 or 2 against out of 7.
Are there other agricultural operations in the county similar to this, where it's all indoors in a greenhouse?
I don't know. I would assume, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. And I doubt there are any indoors in greenhouses with such a security system, with such a secure compound.
If this were to be approved, or the appeal denied, and this owner did not get one of the state permits, would there be any residual effect on the property from this CUP?
If the appeal were to be passed, essentially the approval of the CUP from the planning board would be killed.
No, I meant if we don't
Residual
grant the
effects,
appeal,
like what?
and he doesn't get a permit, is there some CUP that would still remain in place to the property?
Well, the CUP would remain, but the CUP still has to be ratified by the Quorum Court. And if the appeal,
Yes.
So
It just depends if you-
if everything is go, and the Quorum Court decides we like this marijuana growing operation, and he fails to get a permit from the state, is there any lingering effect from the CUP having been granted, or is it worthless?
I think it's worthless
Okay,
if he
that's what I
doesn't
was-
get state approval.
He couldn't decide to come in and grow massive
No.
amounts of
No.
coffee.
Well, he could because that's an agricultural use.
So the same kind of operation with,
In greenhouses and a secure compound, he could grow a ton of coffee. It's agricultural.
I'm not sure it's as lucrative. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Judge.
Any other ones? And we will have the applicant come up and talk and spend some time, and then we'll have some, and then you guys can have some other additional questions. J.P. Bowman.
Thank you, Judge. I guess one of the things that impressed me about the situation, we talk about agricultural situations here, but from what I understand about this operation, this is a drug facility, a drug production facility. And I believe as far as regulatory concern, it falls in the same category with drugstores.
Pharmacy, yes, sir.
Okay? So, you know, we're talking agriculture, but we're really talking about something here that goes beyond typical agriculture.
It was not included in the Washington County's definition of agriculture when that
Okay.
definition was written.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, Nathan. Oh, I'm sorry, is this for Nathan? All right, JP Maxwell.
Thank you, Judge. When this application was it considered under agricultural or under a more of a pharmacy rule?
Always under the pharmacy type of review. And whenever it came to us, we definitely had a few meetings about it. And we looked up, and the state said, you need to look at it like a pharmacy.
Okay, thank you.
Agriculture would need a CUP, correct?
Correct.
That's right, okay. Thank you, Nathan.
Sorry? An agriculture facility would not need
That's
a
correct.
CUP or a large scale.
That's correct.
This is a commercial.
Chief Gales was saying that an agricultural facility wouldn't need the CUP or the large scale.
That's correct. JP Keeklak, is this for Nathan? Okay. JP Keeklak.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Nathan, very much. Nathan, are there any legal conflicts or Washington County Code conflicts to the CUP tonight?
Not that, no.
Okay. While there are, of course, strong moral objections and
Of course.
real fears from property owners, though, correct?
Reviewing this objectively, as we have, we've gotten it to the point where it's in compliance.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge.
Nathan? Here. Man, you sound bad. All right. At this point, we want to go ahead and have the, I guess, either owner, applicant, lawyer, I don't know who's here to represent. Oh, well, first of all, do we have any public agencies here to speak on behalf of the project? Department of Health, anyone, anybody from the public sheriff's office, anyone from public agency here to speak to this project? Okay. Is the owner or the project leader, lawyer for the project here? Applicant? Is the applicant here for this project? Okay. All right, then we can take remarks for the appellant. I think he was up early. You want to come back and, you have a 30-minute time, and I don't know if you have other people here to speak against, but it's a 30-minute allotted time for this.
Okay. Does anyone want to see the PowerPoint presentation again? Okay, I can put that back up. A couple of things that I just came to mind as Nathan was speaking, particularly was about security. You guys saw the security that this facility requires. I feel like that's very indicative of what type of crime that this facility may attract. And as I spoke to some of you earlier today on the phone, I think this type of facility would be better suited in an industrial park where other manufacturing facilities are located, in an area that's regularly patrolled by police, not out in the middle of nowhere, where citizens like myself are left to kind of fend for themselves. I don't believe this facility will ever be broken into. It'd have to be like one of those Ocean's 11 type break-ins. I mean, ridiculous, right? So I feel like that if you look at the drug culture and they know about this, I've talked to people, one of the neighbors, you know, she thinks she can send her dog down the street to nip little buds off to bring home to her when she found out about this property. I mean, that's just the concept or the perception that's out there in this community about what a drug farm or a marijuana farm or a pot farm would look like. And that's obviously not at all what it is. But when people are desperate and addicted to drugs, they do desperate things. And they may come down my street, which they had never any other reason to go down since it's a dead-end dirt road, looking for something. I don't know, because I've never lived that way, but I know that it's desperation. And I don't want those people walking up in my yard in the middle of the night looking for something to help them out. And so I'm very concerned about that. Also, I feel like that, you know, one of the things that was brought up in the conversation was that this, I think you brought it up, that this is really a manufacturing facility. You know, it's different from a greenhouse, because a greenhouse, you bring plants out the door, right? And with this, they may have plants in the process, biological things growing in there, but what comes out the door is a pharmaceutical product. And so I don't think that you have to look at it, you can't really look at it as a greenhouse type thing, because it's really not what it is. There have been reports in Colorado and the Portland area also that these facilities generate smells, like marijuana smells. I don't know, but I know that there have been complaints about the smells and the lights and the noises that come from these facilities. I moved to the country because I wanted to live in the country. I wanted to raise my kids out there and have a peaceful setting. And then we find out a few months after we start construction that this is going in, or this is potentially going in based on what happens here. So those are my concerns. You know, any questions for me, comments to me? I mean, the property values, I think that's obvious. You know, that in our area, there are a lot of conservatives who wouldn't buy a house next to a pot farm because based on morality. They'd say that they're morally opposed to it, and they wouldn't buy a house there. So if my house ever goes on the market, I think the selling pool of the potential buyers is limited because of this facility being located next door. Also, again, the same situation where when you were looking for that peaceful country setting and you have a bustling business across the street, it kind of takes away from the selling potential of the home. I'm not planning on selling my house, but you never know what could happen. Someday I might have to cross that bridge. And so that's something that I'm concerned about as a homeowner. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Judge.
Dennis.
How many, you have children?
Yes, sir.
What ages are they?
I have 4 children. You're going to test me here. 13, 11, 9, and 7.
So a young family.
Yes. My oldest he's itching to drive as soon as he possibly can. So that's, you know, one of my concerns for bringing up the road and its condition is having young drivers on that road. We do, like I said, we do teach our children at home. I'm not sure if my classification is private school or homeschool, or if that's even 2 different things, really, in this perspective. I really don't know, but I do know that is something that should be considered. The fact that our children are at home every day and they are taught right there, you know, should they not be afforded the same protection as students in a public school in distance and proximity from this type of facility?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
JP Madison.
Thank you, Judge. I was curious if, and this may be more appropriate for the planning staff, but have there been any real estate appraisers, anybody pass judgment on what this would do to property values? I mean, because I think in previous appeals, we've actually had real estate appraisers come in and say, we don't see any effect, or we do see an effect. So I don't know how to assume or speculate on what the values would be, because I don't know if Nathan can answer that, but because I think, I mean, you know, if somebody could move in a hog farm without coming to us at all, and I think that could affect property values too. So I was just curious if we know anything.
Regarding property value, I reached out to the assessor's office.
Okay.
And there's, without doing extensive studies on several locations, it'd be very hard to make that claim objectively. But whenever you do that study, you definitely have to do that study over multiple locations. And the representative from the assessor's office that I spoke to didn't have the time to do that study.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks, Nathan. Thank you, Judge.
Justice, okay. JP Pine.
On that note, from that topic, if you look on the internet as far as property values and how they've been affected in Colorado, you really can find any information that proves your point. You know, you can find information that would say that home values are negatively impacted surrounding cultivation facilities because of the reasons I said earlier. But you can also find reasons or sites online that will tell you that the growth in Colorado has been accelerated above average because of marijuana. And so it really depends on what you're trying to present.
Well,
You could
can I-
find information on both sides.
JB Pond, let me make sure, JB Pond, is your question in the same vein as in the real estate? Or is it different?
It had to do with, and I was gonna, get a question into, Mr. Crouch. But you had brought it up too. What kind of, security? I guess it went over my head. How much security are they gonna require at this facility?
There's a large number of cameras inside and outside, and a 24/7 on-site security guard monitoring systems.
24/7, okay. Thank you.
JP Madison.
I wanted to ask Mr. Lester about, it hadn't occurred to me about just to go sort of on the internet and look up property value information. And I think there's a lot of stuff on the internet that is less than truthful, so that worries me a little bit. But would that be proper for us to consider? I may be wearing my lawyer hat too much here, but, if somebody just says, hey, I think property values will get better or get worse, and I don't, I'm just thinking, there's part of me that thinks no matter what we do, this might go to court, so I'm a little worried about the right legal standards and what we can consider and what we can't, and without, an informed decision from the assessor or an appraiser, I don't know how we factor that in.
I think that based upon the appeal that is currently pending with Circuit Court and looking into this body's ability to act as an administrative appeals, you basically sit in the same seat as the planning board, which means you can consider anything that they can. Now, there is, our ordinances, we have zoning or have regulations for buildings and kind of things like that. I don't know that there's anything that it makes that list exclusive. So I think that just as the planning board could, arguably you could consider just a number of things, how it will affect the neighbors. I mean, we consider that in these meetings as well, and that's not something that necessarily plays into what our actual county code says. There's nothing that says, so much percentage of the neighbors have to agree to a project for it to pass on. So.
Well, I guess I was saying, like, I
think it's arbitrary. I certainly think that if it were appealed, it would be kind of a speculative issue to say what it is. But I don't know if there's anything that prohibits you from actually considering.
because if I said, well, I'm gonna believe what's on the internet about property values in Colorado, and then somebody challenges me in court later and I was wrong, I don't know that gives us much of a leg to stand on. I don't know.
You're just an administrative appeal. So I mean, you're kind of the fact finder, and there's no legal boundaries like in a court of law where a judge couldn't go outside of the scope of what they were actually given. You have the ability to consider all sorts of things because it's administrative.
Well, could you remind us, I know it's always helpful to be reminded of the things we can consider. I know there's like a list in the code of the things we can consider, because I think there are a lot of ethical and moral issues in this that I'm thinking that I shouldn't consider. I mean, that they're not on the list. Because I'm sort of struggling with the notion that the voters of the state of Arkansas approved medical marijuana. It's got to be somewhere. I don't know how to reconcile that, or if it even fits in with what we can consider. So would you remind us of those?
Sure, and I'll have to look that up. And I would say that I think sticking to those 7 different areas is probably a best practice, since those are the things that we require the applicants to look at. Outside of that, it becomes very arbitrary, and we're setting ourselves up to say, well, we're going to consider a lot more than what our planning board is going to require you to consider, and I think that could be troublesome for the court on some sort of legal appeal.
If you don't have them, would you all remind us of the 7 things?
I'll find it. I'll get it.
Okay, thanks. I just want to know my parameters.
Thank you, Maxwell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I share J.P. Madison's lack of experience in growing marijuana as well, so I have a couple of questions. I want to get that on record. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of exchanges of water, pesticides, things like that in a greenhouse grow of any kind. And I apologize for bringing Mr. Crouch back and forth here. I know we've had you jumping in and out, but is there any kind of environmental impact, any kind of things that we looked at when we were reviewing this case for that piece of it?
That would be looked at by Health Department, ADEQ, Environmental Quality, County Contract Engineer. No comments as far as environmental impact. There's no detention required. And what little bit I know about these hydroponic greenhouse systems is they are closed systems. Nothing out. Everything that goes in is measured. The only thing that goes out in the air. I have no quantifiable data on that.
So it was considered, and there was no objections?
Not in our office, it wasn't considered.
Okay.
Because, you know, the going opinion is, or, you know, to look at it objectively, it's not something for us to consider because it's a closed system.
Would normally fall in your purview?
Exactly.
Perfect, thank you.
And one more thing for JP Madison. To address kind of what you were saying, one of the things that we look at, one of the 7 criteria, I can't just rattle all 7 of them off the top of my head, but I think the one that you might be digging for is that the CUP would be injurious to the neighbor's existing use. But that is one of the subjective components on the CUP. The CUP is the only permit we have that's subjective. It has a very small subjective component, and that's it.
Thank you, Nathan.
And then a follow-up question for our attorney. I did some research on this, and I couldn't find anything, but I wanted to see, figure you have some resources that I don't. Are there any other Arkansas counties that are ahead of us in this process that have already dealt with a CUP? Because I know there are 95 applications, so they're not all here in Washington County. I don't know where they are in the process or if they've been approved, disapproved. I know some of them are inside of municipalities and wouldn't apply to the county, but do you know of any of those, or would you have a way to see if we are the county that's leading the charge in this, or if we have someone who's kind of paved the way ahead of us?
I don't know. The only thing I could do would be to reach out to the AAC and their legal staff and see if they've encountered anything or had any counties that had questions.
And I could visit with the judges and see if they've had anything in their counties come through yet and been approved.
And I just looked at the calendar there, and it looks like they're not going to make a decision until after our February, so it'll be the 3rd reading, our February quorum court meeting. So we won't have the benefit of knowing if this has been approved at a state level before we make our decision, even if we were to wait for 3 meetings for all readings. So thank you.
Let me ask the county attorney to hit the 7 criterions that was asked for the projects, all 7 criterion.
It's section 11-200 of the Washington County Code, criteria for allowance of conditional uses. States the board shall hear and decide requests for conditional use and may authorize such if it finds, 1, that a written application has been filed with the planning office and the appropriate fee has been paid. 2, that the applicant has provided proof that each property owner, as set out in sections 11-204, have been notified by return receipt mail. 3, that adequate utilities, roads, drainage, and other public services are available and adequate or will be made available and adequate if the use is granted. 4, that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area. 5, that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare. 6, that the conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the surrounding area for the purposes already permitted, nor substantially diminish and impair property values within the surrounded area. 7, that the establishment of the conditional use will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding area for uses permitted in the zone.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Nathan?
Just wanted to let you know that Benton County passed one recently.
Passed their CUP? Okay. Any other comments?
I would like to note that I feel that you may have grounds to consider point 5 and 6, the moral code or the morality of this issue, and 6, the use and enjoyment of nearby properties. I feel like those are both affected by the neighbors. Again, we're not talking about a lot of neighbors, but I do feel like it's important to know that there is a neighborhood of people, a small community of people that is affected by this, and we feel that it's negatively affected. And so I just ask that you soberly consider its impact on me and my neighbors, because it's not just impacting chicken houses and hay fields. There's families that live there, and I live next door. So that's all I have.
Thank you. J.P. Dennis, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to ask one question. So how does state law and federal law work on this? I mean, to me, if you want to go to work for the company I work for, you're going to take a drug test. If you go to work for Washington County, you're going to take a drug test, are you not? If you have marijuana in your system for the county, are you hireable or are you unhireable?
You're exactly right, and I think a lot of that is still being unfolded. We're updating and making sure that our practices are put in place in our personnel policies. If you're driving heavy equipment, all those will still stay the same. The state is dealing with that same exact, because the state has state employees, and how are they going to drive equipment, et cetera, if they have medicinal prescriptions, et cetera. So they're going to be wrestling with that same piece. The bigger piece, and I think we've talked about that in the planning team and all, is the state has passed it, but it's still not passed by federal. And so,
Exactly.
and there'll be some back and forth. So it's still being unfolded. I think come February, when they start passing permits, we'll see another level of regulations that come through as far as what people will be able to do and what's going to be expected from those cultivators, i.e. if they're coming back now to do the large scales, what other types of things they may have to do to secure facilities, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's still unfolding.
Well, I know that I'm considered a politician because I have a political job that that I'm an elected official, but I'd feel like a real hypocrite voting for this, because I'm going to say you can't use it, but I'm going to pass it so that it can be grown and then sold. So morally, to have children right next to it, I'm not struggling with this. I'm totally against it. I think it's wrong.
All right, JP.
And I'll be
Dennis.
voting no against it.
Are you for, against? Against? Come on up. It's still got a little time. State your name.
My name is Paula Marinoni. I'm executive broker with Best Places Realty. I've been a residential real estate broker for 15 years. I'm here on another matter this evening, but I wanted to speak up since you're looking for some sort of reference as to what impact this would have on these people's property. And what you're saying is that a county appraisal is one thing. A bank appraisal is another thing. An individual's appraisal on a property is another thing. They're all within what an appraiser is legally able and bound to do. They can only appraise on what has happened. For instance, when the Clinton house down on California was available, that could not be factored in that it used to be the Clinton's house. That drastically, it doubled, tripled the value of it. Okay, so on this, what you're looking at, what you need to consider is not what this property would sell for. This person who, I don't know anybody here, okay? The person who is building their home, not what it would sell for, but could they sell it? That is the question. They invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in their property like everybody does on a various scale of they're investing in their property. As a real estate residential agent, if someone says, I want you to help me buy my dream home, I want to be out in the country where it's quiet, it's safe, all of these things. And so I'm looking on the map and I see this next to a very large marijuana growing facility, I wouldn't even show it to them. It wouldn't even get on their list because I'm looking out for their interest. Yes, I believe it would drastically affect their resale value and that they would have a hard time selling it. And if they were able to sell it, they would take a huge cut compared to the market of what else was selling. And if you say, have the properties in Colorado been affected? We're not talking about the properties in Arkansas or the properties in Northwest Arkansas. We're talking about down this dark country road. Now, if you put this same facility down where the Washington County Jail is, that wouldn't have any impact on anything. See, but you put that same thing down a dark country road and you've got heck no, would you go live next door to it? No, because you don't know what's gonna happen. It's that big unknown, and as a real estate agent, that's what I try to help people steer away from, so that when they do buy a house, it's something they're gonna be happy with, and they're gonna be able to live there, they're gonna be able to educate their kids in that home, raise their kids and their grandkids. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Thank you. Thank you. J.P. Balls.
Judge, I was going to ask her if I could ask her a question.
Ms. Marioni?
Could I ask you a question real quick, please? What would happen to the property value if there was a 6-house chicken farm across the road in place of this medical marijuana facility?
Not that much. I have a client now looking at a house that has a big chicken operation across the road. And actually, that's a pretty good neighbor if you're out in the country, because if the power goes out, they're first on the list. Yeah.
J.P. Maxwell. Is this for Ms. Marioni? Thank you, Ms. Marioni.
I'm not sure if this would be for planning and zoning or for our attorney, but, so in the event, and there's no way to predict the future, but in the event, like other states have done, if we progress in Arkansas from medical marijuana to recreational marijuana, would this conditional use permit be revisited, or does it apply from here on out for growing marijuana under these terms? What's this going to look like in the event we should have a change in our rules?
One of the conditions of approval in the CUP is that if they want to expand in the future, they would, let me start over. With the, if they do get selected as one of the 5, and he comes through with preliminary large-scale development, he will come through with a phasing plan. Subsequent phases contingent upon things like this happening. He would definitely, I say definitely, he would likely want to leave that open for sure. But if he were to come back through, if he wanted to expand, he would have to come back through for an additional large scale, not the CUP.
And of course,
the use was being approved. He would need the site elements to be reviewed and approved via the large scale development.
obviously that would change the parameters of traffic down the road, size,
Perhaps.
all of those things, the deliveries in and out, all that stuff you would assume would change if the volume increases. So that's just something I wanted to get a clear picture on, is how much of this are we approving now that would kind of be grandfathered in the event that our rules here in Arkansas change to right now it takes a prescription and the correct diagnosis and a lot of steps, obviously, before someone could access medical marijuana. If it goes to recreational marijuana, then obviously the market is going to be much broader. I don't know what those rules will look like, or if we're going to get that to that point. One can assume that's a reasonable thing to expect, but that's going to greatly increase the volume of any of these growers and the market. So I think we need to be aware of what that secondary impact is in the event that we follow suit to a lot of states ahead of us. Thank you.
I was wondering, are there any large greenhouses or warehouses or manufacturing facilities anywhere in that neighborhood, in that general facility?
I think the largest facilities you'd find in that neighborhood would be the chicken houses.
Just the chicken houses?
Yes, sir. Maybe the occasional hay barn or something like that.
Okay, but no manufacturing?
I don't believe so, sir, no.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
Any other comments for, or I mean, against the facility? No, it's just on the against. Is this against?
Are we still?
We're still talking about it's
Against,
against, yes.
Yes, against. Lorraine O'Neill, I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas. I don't live in Lincoln. I've been to Lincoln. It's a small community. The entire community would be affected by this. There are other places where they could locate this facility, guaranteed. It does not need to be down a dark country road affecting a family who is trying to raise their kids in a peaceful environment. This needs to be denied. I'm sorry. That lady that talked about real estate, that is just common sense. You need to deny this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Okay, at this point, we are going to ask for a quorum court member to address the appeal, and that would be rather to ratify.
Well, first, we're only on the first read.
Oh, yes, this is the first read. We have 3 reads on this, and so either we go to the next month with it, or we have someone to suspend the rules and move forward. The ordinance, no, because it would be read as either supporting the appeal or denying the appeal.
So we need a motion.
It was read when they came up. Go ahead, Justice.
I would like to
Thank you.
leave this as 3 meetings and going into 3 months, and that way we are able to get a little bit more information from other areas, the state, the Association of Counties, what others are doing, to really put this in and consider whether or not we want this in Washington County or not. That's my, so I move that we keep it at 3 readings.
Second.
Oh, there's no move.
So we
Okay,
don't have to
it's
do
just-
anything, it'll just automatically happen.
That is just my
Okay,
opinion, to be considered by
So
the rest
then
of the
item number-
justices. Thank you.
okay. J.P. Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. Before we move on, I'd just like to ask our county attorney, because I've been sitting here trying to think, are there any advantages that would accrue to Washington County dollar-wise from this facility? I assume the property assessment would go up with all these structures on it, but the sale of this marijuana would be wholesale, and there would be no tax collected on that. Am I missing something? Is it just the additional property tax revenue?
I think that's a better question for the assessor, Russell Hill, who's sitting out here.
Assessor Hill, you want to take it?
We have no way of determining how the property surrounding the facility would determine that. The market will determine that, and then we just reflect what that is with the property values over time. But with the building and the facility on that property would go from an agri to either commercial industrial value, and so it would dramatically go up for that particular property.
So we would have increased property
Yes,
taxes?
on that particular property, yes, we would.
Okay, but I assume you don't know anything about sales tax. There would be no
I don't know
sales
about the
tax.
sales tax.
Okay. And there's not any other kind of tax that I'm overlooking?
No.
Not until it goes into
I
maybe
mean,
the
there's
retail side and
An excise tax is collected at the retail level, right?
at the retail.
Okay. Thank you.
J.P. Dennis.
Yeah, thank you. While the assessor's there, could we put in a gambling casino? How much money would that bring the county? Would we like to do that as well?
Again, the structure would determine, and the use of would, raise the value from agriculture is the lowest priced property in the county. And then to add any sort of an improvement, and then if it's commercial or industrial use, it's going to increase that. That's the higher end of the property usage.
I could give us a long list of things that will raise money if we want to sell or sold.
Right. I was asked the question, would it increase? Yes, it would.
J.P. Pine.
With this being a wholesale manufacturing facility, then you can't assess the inventory.
Oh, yes. Yeah, currently, yes. Yeah, there's business personal and inventory is, yes, we currently they would have to put on their business rendition the amount of inventory that they have, and then we would have to put a value on it. So yes, there would be also that as well.
Okay, and thank you.
Thank you, Assessor. JP Aki.
Would you value the plant, the ounce, the bag, the what?
The soil, the equipment, the pipes, the bags, the plants, the seeds, everything that is used for that business.
And
It
it's
has to be listed,
wholesale.
has to be listed and has to have a value put on it.
Who's going to determine how much a marijuana plant is?
Well, currently it
Is
is done by
valued.
the property owners or the business owners. They fill out the business renditions, and then we audit businesses on an annual basis. And so we go out and we audit a certain number of businesses in the county every year to make sure that those are right. There's also what they call a square foot method, and then there's another method that we use called CAVs, where we take like businesses, and we can take a business of that particular sort, and normally they're similar in the type of equipment, needs, and supplies that they have. And there's a price per square footage on the size of the facility, and then that determines the amount of value that they would have in their business personal property.
I know in my business, y'all assess how many spoons, forks,
Yep.
knives, and what kind of.
In agriculture, it's chickens and
how
eggs.
many cans
Cattle.
of tomatoes and
Yep.
green beans and whatnot. To me, to set a price on a marijuana plant, each plant seems to be arbitrary if he determines, well, I just think it's not worth $10 wholesale.
Well,
I
and it's
mean,
been a lot of topic, and we've had a lot of classes across the nation with these facilities coming up, and so we've been sending out some of our appraisers and assessors to those things. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, thank you for that information. I guess that's what I'm a little hesitant to suspend the rules and move it to second or third reading tonight, just because I just want some more information on this. And
All
thank
right.
you.
We're going, JP Pond. After JP Pond, we're going to go ahead and move to our next item, whether it's moving to the next reading anyway. So go ahead, JP Pond.
Okay, if you would, I appreciate it. I wanted to comment on some of the things that we've discussed this evening, and I'll be brief. But
Nathan, you can go ahead.
what
You go ahead.
I'm looking
Go
at
ahead.
is, what I'm looking at that's been discussed so far this evening, there does not seem to be any facility in that vicinity that is comparable to what they're getting ready to, or they want to establish here. There's not any business or facility in that area that's requiring the 24/7 security with a security personnel and cameras, security cameras and all that sort of thing. This is an industrial type situation. There's not any industrial type activity going on in that neighborhood. And that is some of the requirements, I believe, of state law as far as the county having some kind of zoning. That's part of it. We're not, it's not county land that's next to some industrial park. The setting that it looks like, if you're gonna talk about zoning, the setting that this facility would be in, that would be comparable to other things, would possibly be in some kind of industrial park, or down by the jail, like somebody mentioned. And I hesitate to say, well, these folks, this is not in the vicinity of some kind of school, but but these folks homeschool, and I'm not gonna say, well, that's homeschool, that's different from public school or private school. And so, I'm struggling with this. I don't believe the other people living in this neighborhood are gonna be able to afford, because this facility's requiring some 24/7 night watchmen and electronic, surveillance. These other folks in the neighborhood, they might be kind of feeling like, well, we need to keep up with the Joneses, but I'm not sure I can afford a night watchman or 24/7 security. You know, revenue-wise, with this inventory and that sort of thing, it would bring in some revenue for the county, but I'd rather see it go in a industrial park. I would. Thank you.
Thank you, J.P. Pine. Is it on this? All right, we're moving on to number item. Was it up before I
I'd like to
said we're
make a
closing
motion
out?
that we suspend the rules, move this to second reading.
Second.
For right now?
Yes, we have a lot of concerned citizens here that are coming to work through this, so that's my motion is
All right.
to suspend the rules and move it to second reading.
It's been moved that we suspend the rules, go to second reading. All in favor? We gotta do a roll call. Ms. Patty? Second reading tonight. Yes.
Wasn't read the first time.
An ordinance has to be put forth, granting the appeal or denying the appeal.
Right,
And right
so-
now, I don't know what's up.
So J.P. Maxwell just asked for a second reading to deny or ratify, one of the two.
Because I don't think it was read, because we have to pick one of the two.
Right, that's correct. So which one are you gonna, before we go to second reading, so yes.
Well, I don't think, if we haven't picked it, we haven't read it once.
Right, so you have to
Okay.
make a motion one way or the other.
So it was a little unclear earlier. I thought
Okay.
someone said it had been read earlier.
Just for them to come up and start talking about it, but go ahead.
So I'm going to, I guess since I'm the sponsor, let me put it this way. An ordinance denying a conditional use permit granted by the planning and zoning.
Okay, so now it's been read.
Now I make a motion that we suspend the rules, read it by title, or title only, suspend the rules and go to second reading.
It did. So now we're going for the second. You want to read that second one?
Who's second?
Who's second? It's been seconded by J.P. Pine.
Okay. Right, I've got to we're going to read first.
He
Oh,
did,
okay,
yeah,
sorry, yes, so
yes.
there's a motion and a second, so it'll be a roll call vote, and it
Ms. Patty.
requires a two-thirds majority.
Fred Roush.
Sorry, hold on a second.
not ready.
This is to,
Deny.
this is to suspend the rules to move it to the second reading, just so that everybody's clear. This is only, we're voting to suspend the rules, to deny,
To deny. Right.
correct.
It's to deny. Ms. Patty?
Fred Roush.
So,
Right. The motion on the floor is a motion to deny the planning board's issuance of a conditional use permit. Well, that's what has been brought, that is the ordinance that we're looking at. Now we are at a motion to suspend the rules to move that motion,
To
that
second
ordinance to
reading.
a second reading.
okay. Ms. Patty?
Fred Roush. Yes. Bill Usry. Yes. Daniel Balls. No. Harvey Bowman. Yes. Alicia Devons. Yes. Robert Dennis. No. Lisa Ecke. Yes. Ann Harbison. Yes. Joe Kicklack.
Yes.
Tom Lundstrom. Eva Madison.
No.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
Yes.
Yeah. So it passes.
Okay. Back to it. An ordinance denying a conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Make a motion to suspend the rules and read the third time.
It's been moved. It's probably second by, was that J.P. Devons? Ms. Patty?
Fred Roush.
Yes.
Bill Usry.
Yes.
Daniel Balls.
No.
Harvey Bowman.
Yes.
Alicia Devons.
Yes.
Robert Dennis.
No.
Lisa Ecke.
Yes.
Ann Harbison. Joe Kicklack.
Yes.
Eva Madison.
No.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
Yes.
This would be an ordinance denying a conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Board.
That was the third.
That's the third and final reading.
So it's been denied. Number 10?
No. Yeah. What we've got is deliberation.
Comments? JP?
Is there room for discussion on
That's what it
this?
is. I thought that's why I called you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'd like to discuss it. Why are we in such a
That's what we're
rush to
discussing.
have 3 readings tonight? How come we can't wait and bring this up again?
Point
I
of
don't
order,
think the general public,
I think we actually need a motion. We've moved to suspend the rules and it's on third reading, but we don't actually have a motion before we deliberate. That's the way the process
So it's
goes.
been on the third reading, it's passed, so we have a motion to deny the, we need a motion. It's been moved. Who's second by?
No.
It's, the third is passed, so it's,
I now move to pass ordinance 10.
it's been moved. I'm looking for a second. Okay, by Justice Bowman. So it's been moved and second. All in, that's a voice.
Yes. No.
That's a roll?
We have to discuss now.
Okay, now you can go, JP Dennis. Your discussion.
so now I'm a little confused. I just want us to wait until another session, not just decide everything tonight in one session.
Okay. JP Balls.
Thank you, Judge. I actually went out and visited the site. It's actually a pretty good county road for where it's at. Some of the concerns that people have expressed tonight of people trying to break in, I don't hear anybody talking about that. Issues with the pharmacy that's in town. I'm sure they have 24/7 security there also, and those are concerns. I look and I saw where your house is actually, right way up off the road over there. And I actually stopped in front of your house and got out and tried to see it and look around to see what was going on. I don't think you'll know it's there. I really don't. I understand your concerns though from where you're coming from. I don't think that voting against this morally is one of our conditions for it. You can't say because I don't like it, I'm not gonna vote for it. It passed with 60% of the vote in Washington County, and actually the Lincoln precinct, it did pass also. So it is something that's there. These are concerns with our county. We're a growing county. A lot of people are wanting to live here, and I think these people have put a lot of time to make it something that's not gonna infringe on folks. It may increase a little bit of traffic, but I grew up on a one-lane dirt road also. People built a lot of houses and increased traffic. I don't see any reason that we should vote it no. I think the planning board did actually a really good job on this, and I think you were probably very careful with this issue. These people are gonna invest a lot of money. I don't think you're gonna have problems like that going on. And honestly, driving down that road, I figured if somebody tried to break in a house one time, it was gonna get around real quick to those folks. You don't wanna do this ever again. I'm with you. I couldn't tell what some houses were or if they were barns or not. It's really not that far from Lincoln. There's actually a Tyson hatchery out there, right there in south of Lincoln. So I am going to vote for it. I do appreciate your concerns. I did want you to know, that since I'm voting for it, I did go out and look at it, and I read everything that was given. And I do appreciate the time with your concerns, bringing them to us. I think we need to go on ahead and pass this on. It sounds like it might not happen, but this is not going to be the first one of these that's going to come to us. There's going to be a lot of these probably coming up. I know a few more that are in the county, so I'm going to vote no on the motion because I think that we should pass it on, but Judge, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Justice Patterson. And then you.
I get to go first. This is one of those where I think that our role as an administrative appeal body is to look at what our staff has done and to look at what the planning board did. this is a controversial issue, period. It just is. Medical marijuana is a controversial issue, but it passed in Arkansas. It's passed in Benton County. And I hope that Washington County, where medical marijuana passed overwhelmingly, would be as progressive as Benton County on this issue. I'm concerned that too many people on this court are hung up with the ethical and moral issues of this and are trying to legislate morality, which I think is going to get us in trouble if this is to go to court, which I'm sure it will. But we have a planning staff that has dedicated hours and hours and hours to this. And the planning board, for the time they spent on it, approved it, and staff is telling us they meet all the conditions. So where are we to say, well, you know, we think y'all are all wrong? That doesn't say a lot about our faith in you all. There are a lot of uses for this property, and we're some of the biggest advocates of property rights. And I haven't heard anything that I think these people are going to be bad neighbors. I think these people know what they're doing. They would build a remarkable facility, and it doesn't sound like there's going to be much traffic. It's going to be well maintained. It impresses me with the level of planning that they've showed to us. And in an effort to try to avoid Washington County being in litigation over this, or the facility going somewhere else and us missing out on revenue, I think we need to pass this. If you're hung up on Arkansas having medical marijuana, that ship sailed a long time ago. It's gone. And the Medical Marijuana Commission is going to make their decisions in February. And if they were to pick this and we voted it down, I'm not sure what that says about Washington County. So I will be voting against the motion to deny the CUP. Thank you, Judge.
Justice Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. I also voted for medical marijuana and was glad that it passed. So obviously I don't have any moral concerns with this. However, I do think that this is a drastic change in the neighborhood out there. I mean, this is not row crops in the ground of a plant. This is a large institutional facility with razor wire, and that's scary to think about in rural Washington County, where people are trying to raise their children in a sort of a pastoral setting. I am deeply offended the applicant didn't respect us enough to even come tonight. I wanted to ask some questions. I've never grown any marijuana. I grow a lot of plants. I don't know how many times a year this crop could come in and how much traffic there would be on this gentleman's road. So I can't imagine why it wasn't important enough to him to come. And when I first saw the agenda, just skimming through it on my computer, and I saw this number 9, native flower, I thought, oh, that's something I'd love to hear about. Somebody's going to be growing native butterfly weeds to attract monarchs. Marijuana is not native to the United States, and I think this is really a misleading title for this. So I'm bothered by the entire process of this application. So I will be supporting the motion to deny and hope we're all speaking tomorrow.
JP 5.
That's a tough act to follow. Hey, this is no reflection on the staff whatsoever. I think they've done an excellent job, and they've been very unbiased. But I still have to consider the idea that we are supposed to be zoned, and we're supposed to be kind of having things where you got the same kind of deal going in the same neighborhood. And I'm not going to liken this facility that we're discussing here being similar to a poultry farm or something like that, because obviously you don't have to have the same kind of security. And I'm still back to that same thing. you got people living out here, and they're gonna have to keep up with the Joneses. They're gonna have to put in they're gonna have to beef up their security to keep up with the new facilities going in. And we just got through passing a budget for this next year, adding $1 million plus to the sheriff's department, which we really couldn't afford, but we needed it because of the activity going on in the county that our deputies need backup. And I just don't want to, overburden them there, and my moral feeling about this has got absolutely nothing to do with this, I guarantee it. Morally, I'm just not going down that road. I seriously believe that these outfits should be trying to get established in industrial parks. I just think that's the place for them. And again, I want to compliment the staff. I think they've done a fine job on this.
Public comments. Did you have?
Yeah.
Go ahead, J.P. Maxwell, and then Sonny, you can talk. Go ahead, J.P. Maxwell.
Thank you, Judge. A couple things. One is I think our Planning and Zoning Board done a fantastic job on this, and I know they've taken extra care, as been pointed out earlier, because obviously this is the first time around, so it's going to get a lot of scrutiny. We want to make sure we get it right. And I think they've done their due diligence, but I also think that there's a reason this quorum court is part of the process. Their job is to make sure planning and zoning rules that are passed are followed, and the applicant does everything they're supposed to do, and I think the applicant apparently has done everything they're supposed to do and meets criteria. I think our job is, as listed by these 7 proponents that we're supposed to consider, comes into deciding if our constituents that live in the county are going to be adversely affected above and beyond. That's the same way we view cell phone towers, large-scale agricultural grows, et cetera. That's the part that we consider, and their job is to see if the rules have been followed. I know it's very difficult. I know not too long ago, they passed a wedding chapel that had met all the criteria as well. But the overwhelming majority of the court decided to overturn that because of the neighbors and the people in that area's feeling they would be adversely affected. So I think that one still has to be resolved now because of the conflicting opinions. So there are times when it's really not about the quorum court dictating that the Planning and Zoning Board did something wrong. I don't think there's any of that here. I also don't think it has anything to do with morality or trying to legislate our opinion. I believe the voters have spoken. I think it really comes down to a question of, is this the appropriate place, and will anybody be adversely affected according to 5, 6, and 7 on the tenets that our attorney read to us. So that's the reason that I think it is within our purview, and it is the right thing for us to consider, not whether they followed planning and zoning, not whether they're going to bring money to the county. If they locate downtown Fayetteville, they're still going to be bringing money to the county. Wherever they locate is going to happen. And I think they're going to be, obviously there's going to be 5 of these in this state. Very likely one of them could be in Washington County. I don't think there's a problem with that. It's a question about whether it's a cell phone tower or whatever, where should it be located and who will be affected and how much. So because of that, I'm going to be voting yes to this, because I do think there are some adverse effects for the folks that are going to be around it. And hopefully we can find a place that's better suited, that no one has to give up those injurious effects for this to be into place. Thank you.
Ms. Sonny.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, JPs. I appreciate all of the
All right, Ms. Sonny, say your name again.
I'm sorry, excuse me. My name is Lorraine O'Neill. I live in Fayetteville.
And speaking for or against?
Against,
Okay.
please. Again, and it's not morality. It has nothing to do with morality. But there are more suitable places where it could be located. There is no doubt about that. And I think that should be flat out denied. I agree with your process of speeding it up and getting it denied right off the bat. But it has nothing to do with morality. The fact that Arkansas has decided to go ahead with the medical marijuana is fine. That's not a problem. But I don't think that the facility needs to be in an isolated location. Who knows what the drug-induced, crazed mind thinks whenever they hear that there's a facility down in Lincoln. They're going to go scouring Lincoln to try to find this place and terrorizing the neighborhood. I don't live in Lincoln, but I can easily imagine this. I was part of that crowd at one time in my life. I'm not proud of it, but it happened, and I know how they think. There is no end to what kind of mischief they can get up to whenever they find out about this pot-growing location in Lincoln, and it will draw a crowd. I'm sure of it.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Against? For? Against? Any others? Public comments? For or against? All right, we'll go ahead and call for the question. All right, so this is for our vote to say yes on denying the ordinance, what number are we? Denying the conditional use permit granted by the planning board. Ms. Patty, take the roll call.
Fred Roush.
Yes.
Bill Usry.
Yes.
Daniel Balls. Harvey Bowman.
Yes.
Alicia Devons.
Yes.
Robert Dennis.
Yes.
Lisa Ecke. Ann Harbison. Joe Kicklat.
No.
Eva Madison.
No.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
Yes.
All right, so the ordinance passes denying the CUP granted by the planning board. We'll move on to item number 11, the Stone Chapel Dog Kennel Cattery. The Stone Chapel Dog Kennel and Cattery. Nathan, are you on this one? You gonna talk to us again?
Do it the same way, sir.
Oh, Ms. Cedar, come on up.
Stone Chapel Kennel and Cattery Conditional Use Permit. This was a presentation that the planning board was presented. The proposed Stone Chapel Kennel and Cattery Conditional Use Permit is located just west of northern Fayetteville, just off of Mount Comfort Road. It takes access off Sunshine Road. The surrounding uses are a mix of residential subdivisions, residential and agricultural properties, and several commercial properties mixed in. There are commercial properties adjacent to the subject property on 3 sides. The subject property sits in the applicant's home. The structure the applicant wishes to convert to the proposed boarding kennel, which is currently a covered horse riding area. There is a barn and several small sheds. This is a photo of the existing 7,000 square foot covered horse riding arena. The CUP request proposes to enclose the structure and convert it to a commercial boarding facility for dogs and cats. This is the site plan, but I'll zoom in to make it easier to see the relevant parts. The site plan shows the boundary of the proposed development at 0.47 acres, so the large-scale development permitting is not required. It shows the driveways are now combined at the recommendation of the Department of Emergency Management, the location of the proposed sign, and the areas to be fenced. Staff will ensure the site plan is updated with the sound buffering component of the project before construction may begin. This is condition of the conditional use permit's approval. This floor plan details the facility itself. It will accommodate up to 36 dogs and 10 cats. Indoor and outdoor play areas are proposed. The engineer has set the maximum occupancy of the building at 6 to 8 people, but the applicant is only proposing 5 employees. The life safety plan was reviewed and approved by the county fire marshal. The applicant proposes to enclose the existing structure with a combination of concrete block, wood framing, and metal. The building will be constructed to complement the look of the existing barn and the home on the property. The roof will be fully insulated with 6-inch vinyl-backed fiberglass insulation. The bottom third will be constructed with finished 8-inch concrete blocks, including zonolite insulation in the cavities. According to the manufacturer, zonolite masonry insulation achieves a 41% reduction in noise transmitted through the wall. The upper 2/3 of the facility would consist of R19 insulated wood framing with sheetrock interior and metal AG panel exterior. This is the photo of the existing barn on the property. The proposed kennel will be built to complement the structure and the applicant's home. This is an architectural rendering by the applicant's architect, Landon Foster. It shows the intended look of the facility once it is completed. The site distance to the west is adequate for a 35-mile-per-hour zone. The site distance to the east is interrupted by an intersection. Any westbound traffic will have had to negotiate the intersection before traveling approximately 360 feet to the entrance of the development. The site distance requirement at the location is 390 feet. In this diagram, you can see the additional blue line here showing the distance from the residential driveway to the riding arena. This CUP request proposes to combine the driveways and the Department of Emergency Management's request. The original driveway location would have met the site distance requirement, but combining the driveways causes the site distance to fall approximately 7% short. However, since westbound traffic will be approaching the driveway, presumably from a stopped or nearly stopped position at the intersection, staff has no concerns regarding site distance. Staff has received 9 public comments in opposition to this proposal. The opposition is based on perceived incompatibility with surrounding uses, detriment to public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare, injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the surrounding area, and that it will diminish the surrounding property values. Also, staff has received 26 public comments in favor of this proposal, many citing the need for more dog boarding in this particular area due to such a large number of single-family homes on the west side of town. Addressing the outdoor sound buffering strategy an applicant proposes, sound buffering privacy fence is proposed, where the yellow lines are on this diagram. A sound buffering privacy fence is essentially a double-sided privacy fence with sound buffering material similar to a thick blanket inside. When the applicant consulted the vendor, they recommended the sound buffering be brought up close to the facility rather than constructed at the property line. You'll notice the additional yellow line along the applicant's eastern property line. This wasn't recommended by the vendor, but approved by the planning board in an attempt to mitigate the contentious neighbor's opposition. One example of this type of sound buffering strategy in practice is its common use along interstate right-of-ways and railroad right-of-ways to buffer the noise when entering residential neighborhoods. Moving on. Jonathan Kurth, the City of Fayetteville senior planner, commented that the City Council has designated boarding as its own use to be allowed by right in agriculturally zoned areas. And given the rural and large lot residential development, the proposed use appears to be appropriate with conditions. Then Mr. Kurth goes on to request a condition be added to limit access to the outdoor play areas to 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., which is in line with Fayetteville's noise ordinance. Staff has added a condition requiring sound buffering on the eastern, southern, and western sides of the proposed development, and another condition that no dogs be allowed outside between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Planning staff visited Weddington Animal Hospital, a veterinary clinic and boarding facility off of Weddington Drive, and Dog Watch, a boarding facility off Crossover. The management of both facilities were asked about the types of complaints most commonly received from neighbors. In both cases, no complaints had been received in many years. Dr. Jack Herring from Weddington Animal Hospital suggested limiting the number of dogs that are outside at one time, that it would greatly decrease the amount of barking. It is their policy that only the dogs that come in together get taken out at the same time. So, if you take your 2 dogs in for boarding, they'll go outside together, but they won't be taken outside with any other dogs. This is mostly for ease in handling, but also for health, accidental breeding, etc. And the closest neighbors to Weddington Animal Hospital are 65 to 150 feet away. The closest neighbors to Dog Watch are 150 to 300 feet away. The closest neighbors to the proposed Stone Chapel Kennel are approximately 350 feet away. Staff recommended approval of the Stone Chapel Kennel and Cattery conditional use permit with conditions. These conditions still remain unchanged since the time you have received your packets. Are there any questions for planning staff?
Any questions from the staff, for the staff? J.P. Usry.
Thank you very much. So from what you just told us, this has gone through also the Fayetteville planning process.
Fayetteville was consulted. It did not go through their planning process. It's in the planning area. It's adjacent to the city limits.
So can you explain, I mean, but it met their standards, is that?
No, it wasn't reviewed against their standards. It was reviewed against ours, but since it was so close, we wanted to know what they had to say about it.
Okay, but their comments were positive with the changes you made?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
J.P. Balls and then J.P. Keeklak.
Are you going to require the sound buffering? I know it's a recommendation, but are you going to require it?
Yes, sir, it was approved.
Okay, thank you.
J.P. Keeklak.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you again, Nathan. Nathan, are there any, aside from the code conflict with the 7% setback, are there additional code conflicts or legal conflicts with this development in the CUP?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks. Thank you, Judge.
Any other questions for the staff? J.P. Pond.
Okay, I see you got some noise requirements or noise buffer requirements that they've agreed to meet, and so if it ever comes up that they somewhere or other they're not meeting those requirements, they could be back before us. Is that correct?
There'll be a final inspection by planning staff before they're able to open for business. Beyond that point, it'd be a civil matter between property owners.
Do we have, are there any other facilities in that area where we're, I think you need to be concerned about the noise at a dog kennel. But are there any other facilities in that area that have any noise limit requirements or anything like that?
Noise limit requirements, not that I know of, sir.
Okay, so we're limiting these folks, and should make them more compatible with the neighborhood.
Yes, the conditions involving noise reduction is to try to mitigate
Sure.
the best we can.
Okay, thank you.
J.P. Harbison and J.P. Dennis.
The sound barriers that you have recommended, is that going to eliminate sound from carrying to the neighbors?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I did go out to the area, and I will be voting against this because it is not compatible to the neighborhood. You have a chapel, St. Catherine's Chapel there, that's been there for several years. It's a wedding venue, and this is almost sitting on top of it. So they were there first. I'm a great believer in property rights, but when you have a business that's going to affect your neighbors to this extent, I will have to vote against it. I also live near a kennel, and I know that the barking dogs, especially when they are being fed, that they make a lot of racket. And this could be the time that there would be weddings or other ceremonies at this chapel. I think that, I think the property is too small. It's kind of a pie-shaped piece of property. It's got two houses almost next door to it. One property owner has a business in their home. They raise plants. or take care of plants. The next neighbor that's next door, right next door, is a young family with young children, and it's practically right in their backyard. So I just can't see this being compatible with the neighborhood. You know, I want people to be, you know, progressive and come up with new businesses, and, you know, I think this could be profitable, but I think they need to find another area. Thank you.
J.P. Dennis.
Thank you, Jeff. Mine's similar to that. I know that the chapel is in the valley, and explain to me how that you keep the sound of dogs from traveling down. I mean, the sound is going to go out and down.
I believe the reason for the noise buffering
Well, I understand the reason for it, yes. But
is to soften the noise, but I believe that the practices put in place by the owner will be the largest part that will affect the amount of noise. Whether they look at the calendar that the chapel has and see when the events are, or simply look out the window and see if there's 100 cars parked over there at the chapel, see maybe this is not a good time to let the dogs out. But when I was speaking with the veterinarian up at Weddington Animal Hospital, he said, we definitely do not just take dogs outside en masse because they're hard to deal with and they're loud. He said, if a family brings in 2 dogs, then those 2 dogs are the only ones that go outside at a time. A lot of times they're taking 1 dog at a time outside. This facility will have indoor-outdoor dog runs where the dogs can come and go inside and outside at will, but it will also have doors that they can lock down and keep the dogs inside. And those dog runs will be surrounded with the noise buffering privacy fence. And so I think that, I don't think that we can eliminate noise, but as far as making it more compatible with the neighbor's existing use, I believe that, that we've gotten to that point.
I guess what I'm thinking is if I'm videoing a wedding that's going on, or videoing a portion of that wedding that's going on, maybe, you know, it's a little bit off the calendar time a little bit, and the dogs are barking. You've got dogs barking in your wedding video forever.
This neighborhood has several hundred single-family homes,
Yeah, I saw that.
many of which have several dogs.
The distance was more for those homes than it is for this kennel. I mean, I drove it, I went out, I drove it around and drove up the hill. They're farther away. You know, generally a neighbor who's got a barking dog has already got someone complaining about that barking dog and something's being done about it. So we're betting on what the future's going to be, and it's a hard thing for me to do because you know, they actually have more dogs than what the Washington County Animal Shelter will have. And so I've been around the dogs. I took a trip up 112 to listen to those dogs, or that kennel was noisy, very noisy.
I think it comes down to strategy.
Yeah. So we're asked to vote on whether the strategy will work or not.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, J.P. Dennis. J.P. Usry, then J.P. Bowman, then J.P. Ecke.
Thank you very much. I visited the property out there, and while we were standing there were barking dogs all around. And so they're barking dogs regardless of whether they're there or not. And I happen to know that lady, and she's very meticulous, and she's very organized. And obviously, the dogs are going to be indoors most of the time, and she's doing all she can to be a good neighbor, and so I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
J.P. Bowman.
Thank you, Judge. I've attended a wedding venue out there. I don't recall ever hearing a dog bark. But I also live in Springdale, and there's all kinds of timber between me and neighbors with dogs. There's probably a minimum of 400 yards, and the barking is very noticeable and sometimes very aggravating. So I dare say that the buffering that might be available here would have a minimal impact on the impact at the weddings. Thank you, sir.
J.P. Ecke, then J.P. Sue Madison.
Thank you, Judge. Nathan, could you clarify something? Is that 350 feet from the chapel venue, and the other one that you referenced was only 250 feet away? Could you clarify that, those?
I believe the house to the east one beyond that additional, I believe is roughly 350 from this eave, this
Okay.
edge, to this home.
Okay.
To the
And-
wedding chapel, which is just off picture over here. I forget the exact distance, but I know that I know the owner of the chapel is here.
Yes,
He knows the distance.
yes. And it's a beautiful chapel.
Absolutely. And the applicant is here as well.
Yes.
And she has those distances for all the houses
Yes.
in the neighborhood.
Okay. That's something I would like to know. I do know that I was at a gathering the other night, and I did have some people in my district, they happen to live my neighbors up the street, commenting, you better vote for that dog kennel because we are tired of having to drive all the way down to Farmington to board our dogs. It's expensive, and we need something like this. Please vote for the kennel. And I said, okay, thank you for your input.
My friends tell me the same thing, even though I'm not voting.
But think about this, I am pro-business, but I am also very responsible, and you have to be responsible when you are in business. And one of my questions first, when I received a phone call from Ms. Hertzberg, was, how well do you know your neighbors? She goes, I've known them for 5 years. I said, how good of a neighbor are you to your neighbors? If y'all will communicate one to another and say, I'm having a wedding at such and such time, please take care of the dogs.
I agree.
But I also know that there's motorcycle clubs that can just rumble down your street while you're Robert Dennis, videotaping your wedding outside, and you can't control the uncontrollable outdoor noise, can't control the rain. You have an outside garden wedding, there it is, it rained. So those are uncontrollable factors to stop a business from growing or pursuing an opportunity because of those uncontrollable factors. I don't agree with. I am for the kennel. I think it's a need. Even the banker said, first thing I asked you, did you do a business plan? Did you do a feasibility study? And is there a need? And the answer was yes to all of those, and that's what I look for, because there's a discipline when you do a business plan. A lot of people say, well, it was just my dream to do this, and that was the other wedding venue that we had. It was very small. They didn't have enough room for parking, and it was going to negatively impact all the neighbors around there. And I asked her, how much experience do you have in weddings? I don't. Do you have a business plan? No, I don't. My brother's going to finance me. I said, I'm sorry, you don't have a well-laid-out plan. I can't vote for this. Ms. Hertzberg does, and so I'm voting for this. So, but I would like these questions answered
Yes, ma'am.
on the distance.
We're about to get to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, J.P. Ecke. J.P. Sue Madison, and then we'll ask for agencies, the applicant and the appellant to come forward. J.P. Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. I'm reminiscing with J.P. Maxwell's question of you earlier about the last issue. Did you all look at the excrement issue coming from the 36 dogs and cats and the nearby creek? Because there is just downhill, just right down the hill, sort of a very pastoral, quaint creek.
I'm not a biologist, but I understand there's a certain parts per million that would need to be contributed to that waterway for that to even become an issue. However, we haven't discussed how often
It's not an issue about
the
how it-
business would go out and collect the droppings, but that can easily be added to the conditions of approval as well. Once a day, 6 times a day.
That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Any agencies here, whether it be ADQ, Department of Health, any agencies here to speak for the support of this project or against this project? Any agencies? Okay, do we have the owner, the applicant here to speak for their project?
She stepped to the restroom, she'll be right back.
Okay. We have any other supporters here to speak on behalf of that project? Is this the young lady?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You're on. Okay, you have, state your name and you'll be able to speak to, and your supporters will be able to speak to your project. You have 30 minutes. And state your name.
Honorable Judge Wood and members of the Washington County Quorum Court, my name is Jamie Hertzberg, and I thank you for hearing me on this matter. Let me assure you that speaking here this evening is pretty far outside my comfort zone. But as I have already realized, if I'm going to be a successful business owner, I will have to do many things outside my comfort zone, and this is just another one of those moments. My family and I moved to unincorporated Washington County in 2005, purchasing 3 adjoining parcels of real estate totaling approximately 9 acres, bordered by Sunshine Road, Stone Chapel Lane, and Mount Comfort Road. Over the past 12 years, I have made continual improvements to the property, which includes installing over 1,200 feet of 4-rail wood fencing, constructing a Morton barn, and building a brand-new farmhouse, which I currently live with all my children. All 4 of them are here with me tonight. I have always had horses on the property, some of my own and some boarded. Currently, I have only 3 horses on the property, but have had up to as many as 9 at one time. In 2007, I constructed a 7,000 square foot covered riding arena on the property for horse riding activities. The attractiveness of the overall property has always been of great concern to me, and the green-roofed riding arena with its white cupolas matches perfectly the color scheme as my barn and my home. After a land split and selling 2 distinct portions of my property over the years, I have approximately 6.5 adjoining acres remaining. The proposed dog boarding facility sits directly in the middle of the entire property on less than 1/2 of an acre. Though I am very thankful for my current 8-to-5 office job, it is my desire that one day soon I can give my boss the proverbial 2-week notice and become an entrepreneur, owning my own business. I will continue to live in my current home on the property and work full-time as manager of the business, which is located a short distance from my front door. The name of the proposed business is Stone Chapel Kennel and Cattery, LLC, and I will be its sole owner. My proposal is to repurpose the covered riding arena into a 36-unit dog kennel and doggy daycare facility, along with a 10-unit cat boarding room. No additional structures are necessary on my property. Rather, I am merely enclosing the premises under the current roof line. The look and feel of the building exterior is meant to convey the same horse farm motif that currently exists. I understand that some of my neighbors are apprehensive as to whether the proposed kennel will be unfavorable to them in some way. Perhaps if I were in their shoes, maybe I would be apprehensive also, but I will do my best tonight to address those concerns. I also know that this quorum court will seriously consider the input of my neighbors and will make an independent decision regardless of the recommendation of staff or the earlier approval of the Planning Commission concerning the conditional use permit. I know that I need to convince you that this project warrants your support, and I hope to do just that. To that end, I am very grateful to have certain people helping me tonight who will also speak briefly to you. I know it is at this time of year, it's not easy for anyone to find an extra evening to come to a meeting like this, so I am especially thankful for each of these individuals who have come to speak on my behalf. I want to thank Mary Smith, the owner of Mary's Menagerie, Doggy Daycare, and Dog Boarding in Hiawassee, to provide a statement to read tonight. Mary owns a very similar business to the one I am proposing, and she had planned to attend, but unfortunately has come down with the flu. I also want to thank Rachel Miller for being here tonight. When I learned at the Planning Commission meeting that barking was a concern of neighbors, I took it upon myself to knock on almost all the doors of the neighbors of Canine Connection, a dog kennel that is situated on approximately 1 acre adjacent to the Fieldstone Division in the city of Fayetteville. Although I have just met Rachel making one of those cold call, knock on the door visits, she was kind enough to agree to come here tonight to tell you firsthand her experience in living close to a dog boarding facility. In addition, several of Rachel's neighbors on North Cannondale Drive told me that the kennel has had no negative impact on their enjoyment of their property whatsoever, and they rarely hear barking. I am also very grateful to Carmen Nelson for being here tonight. Carmen is the director of the Animal League of Washington County, as well as being a Washington County neighbor living nearby on Wheeler Road. I am also thankful to have Eileen Jennings here tonight. Eileen is a loan manager and senior vice president at Arvest Bank. As I made phone calls to each of the members of the Quorum Court, at least one Quorum Court member expressed concern about whether I had a well-thought-out business plan for Stone Chapel Kennel. I believe Mrs. Jennings would be prepared to share with you that Arvest has reviewed my business plan and has preliminarily agreed to provide financing for the project, believing both the business plan to be solid and the business projections will support Arvest's financial involvement. If I can summarize the concerns of my neighbors, I believe it boils down to two main issues. One, the kennel will produce a great deal of barking noise in general, and more specifically, the barking noise will intrude upon the Bell Gable wedding venue in particular. And number two, the proposed kennel is not compatible with the surrounding area. Before I move on to address those two main issues, let me say that I believe another issue raised by the appellant about environmental runoff into Hamstring Creek is a bit of a non-issue and can be dispensed with rather quickly. First of all, my property does not directly border Hamstring Creek. The outdoor play areas and runs for the dogs will be over 325 feet from Hamstring Creek. Secondly, it took some persistence, but I have secured the approval of the city of Fayetteville to connect into their sewer system for the disposal of the solid waste from the kennel so that no septic system is needed. But perhaps the most instructive argument is this. An average horse will produce 45 to 50 pounds of liquid and solid waste per day. An average-sized dog will produce about 1 pound of liquid and solid waste per day. So if there truly was an environmental concern about animal waste runoff into Hamstring Creek, the concern should be expressed about the many horses, both mine and those belonging to my neighbors, the Boytons, who own the Bell Gable wedding venue. I currently have 3 horses, and I believe the Boytons have as many as 5 or perhaps more on their property. Every day, those horses are producing 10 to 20 times as much solid and liquid waste as will be produced by the kenneled dogs, and that is not even considering that the dog's solid waste will be disposed of in a sanitary way and not subject to any environmental runoff issue at all. Now turning to the main issues. What about the barking? I need to make several important points. First, the kennel's business hours will be 7:30 to 6 each day, meaning that at 6 p.m., all the dogs will be inside for the remainder of the evening and throughout the night. The kennel structure itself will consist of poured block walls and be fully insulated. It is highly, highly unlikely that any neighbor would be close enough to hear any barking that might come from inside the kennel building itself. Further on that point, I have on this desk the records of every noise complaint received by the City of Fayetteville Police Department over this past year. There are 7,957 of them, and I have reviewed each and every one of them. Less than 1% of the noise complaints received by the City of Fayetteville PD are from barking dogs. Less than 1%. Moreover, even among the complaints in this less than 1% number, almost all are related to dogs barking through the night and none from a dog boarding facility. Indeed, I think it is a shared common experience for most of us that dogs left unattended or left outside all night can be a problem, but this will not be the case with my kennel. Secondly, it should be noted that the proposed kennel is a rather large facility. It contains 2 climate-controlled indoor play areas for the dogs. In other words, we have options on how to professionally manage any chronic barker as they can be placed in one of the indoor play areas. Thirdly, as I think Mary Smith will explain in her remarks, when dogs are adequately supervised by humans, dogs are generally happy and do not resort to incessant howling or wailing. The Stone Chapel Kennel absolutely will not be a lock-a-dog-in-a-cage facility where the dogs are only let out for potty breaks a few times a day. Rather, my future customers will be paying for a premium service that they can reasonably expect their dogs to be loved on, played with, and cared for throughout the day. That is what my employees and I will do. Fourthly, I have gladly agreed to the outdoor sound buffering recommendations of the Washington County Planning staff to mute any outdoor noise as much as possible. The sound buffering will consist of a 6-foot privacy fence around the outdoor play area with a dense evergreen shrub planted around the outside that will complement the overall landscape design. Additionally, the exterior runs will be fenced with both chain link and an additional 6-foot insulated privacy fence surrounding the chain link. The insulation board has an R value of 6.65 and will be sandwiched in between the double-sided privacy fence. There will also be trees planted in various places at the front of the facility to add curb appeal and to help buffer any sound. Turning more specifically to possible noise interference with the Bell Gable wedding venue, I think several points need to be understood. The Boynton's real estate parcel in which the wedding venue is located is bordered on its east and south sides by the Bridgeport subdivision, which lies within the city limits of the city of Fayetteville. The wedding venue property is bordered on its west side by a small family compound of mobile homes owned by the Harper family. As an aside, in the package you received are the positive comments in favor of the kennel by Tammy Harper, who is one of the family members who resides there. And my property borders the wedding venue property on a portion of its north side. Why is this important to know? Here's why. There are at least 11 subdivision homes that are closer to the wedding venue's reception barn than my proposed kennel will be. There are also 6 to 8 other subdivision homes that are approximately as close to the wedding venue chapel building as the proposed kennel will be. Thus, it is easy to understand the possibility of noise interference with wedding events coming from many places. Every nearby Bridgeport residence poses a threat to the events taking place at the Bell Gable wedding venue on any given day, and perhaps especially on Saturdays. It is not hard to imagine all the noise threats from the nearby suburban backyards, the rumble of lawnmower engines, the high-pitched sound of weed eaters, elementary birthday parties, cookouts, motorcycles, car alarms, and the list goes on and on. Long before I was even contemplating a kennel business, I have assumed that on those occasions in which the wedding venue turns up the volume on their sound system, it is because they need to drown out the encroaching noise of nearby suburbia.
No doubt my neighbors, the Boytons, would prefer that the wedding venue be perfectly quiet, other than the noise created by the wedding celebration itself. But this is simply not realistic when the wedding venue is bordered on two of its sides by densely populated neighborhood. I do not believe for a minute that a doggy daycare and dog boarding business along the adjoining property, located over 600 feet from the chapel venue and 743 feet from the wedding barn, is the greatest noise threat to the Boyton's business. Moreover, in the peak summer wedding season, it is my understanding from speaking with Mrs. Boyton that the most popular time for weddings is 6 p.m., which makes perfect sense since it is beyond the heat of the day. At that time, the kennel will be closed with all the dogs indoors, whereas noise from the other close neighbors of the wedding venue may occur at any time. The Bridgeport neighborhood does not have a lawn mowing curfew hour. The second main issue I would like to address is whether the kennel is compatible with the surrounding area. I know that several of you visited or drove by the site to see for yourself how this property is situated with respect to its surroundings, and I thank you for that. As those who drove by can certainly attest, this area is already comprised of an eclectic mix of uses. Across the street from the kennel site is the commercial shop and construction yard of a utility contractor. That property is surrounded by chain link fencing with 3-strand barbed wire on top. Inside the fence are construction supplies and large construction vehicles. Adjacent to my property and on the corner of Mount Comfort Road and Stone Chapel Lane is a 4,000 square foot multi-tenant commercial building, currently housing a commercial photography studio and an indoor plant maintenance business. Since 2005, the building has had at least 6 different types of commercial tenants. Of course, there is also the wedding business, commercial business itself. I believe Mr. Boyton, one of its owners, testified at the Planning Commission hearing that they have over 100 events per year at that site, and their website indicates that they can entertain up to 150 guests at a time. Needless to say, that is a lot of commercial activity. Even the actual appellants in this matter, the Coleman family, operated a business from a separate building in their backyard for some time. Upon reflection, I can't help but think that those who are most vigorously opposing my proposed kennel business are employing a mindset of do as I say and not as I do. Further, if one travels west on Sunshine Road within a short half mile of the proposed site, one will pass several more businesses such as Fayette Tree and Trench, Dance by Elise, and the very well-known Northwest Equine Service operated by veterinarian Dr. Turchi. In fact, in the quarter-mile stretch on Sunshine Road between Mount Comfort Road and Jess Anderson Road, there are only 3 residential driveways. Every other driveway is either for a commercial use or a mixed residential commercial use. The point is that the precedent for land use in this area was established long ago, and in no way will the Stone Chapel Kennel be setting a new precedent or paving new ground. Members of the Quorum Court, in your package you received the in favor comments of 26 individuals. Many of the 26 are my neighbors and others from the immediate area. I think it is very important that the Quorum Court understand the broad base of support I have from the nearby property owners. Let me start with Joe Whitcup, who owns Whitcup Photography and lives and works next door to my property. I am also supported favorably by Julie Odom, who also lives and works next door at Urban Jungle. The address for both Mr. Whitcup and Miss Odom is 2175 North Stone Chapel Lane, directly on the corner of Stone Chapel Lane, Mount Comfort Road, and Sunshine Road. Further, A favorable comment from Craig Graves, owner of Path Utility, who is directly across the street from the proposed site, was included in your packet. These three, along with the appellant in the matter, are the absolute closest to the proposed facility. Therefore, 3 out of the 4 of my closest neighbors are in favor. Extending the circle out slightly further, you also have the positive comment from Jack and Sue Yates, who live nearby on Sunshine Road, and Eric and Tammy Harper, who is an adjoining property owner to both the wedding venue and myself. Additionally, submitting an in favor comment were the following neighbors within a quarter mile on Wheeler Road, including Carmen Nelson, Coach and Mrs. John McDonnell, and Sharon and Larry Treese. I am humbled that each of these neighbors would trust me to build and operate a business that is a complement to this area. With those remarks, and if this is the appropriate time, I'd like to ask my oldest daughter, Holly, to read Mary Smith's brief statement. Thank you. And then after her, Rachel Miller, and then Carmen Nelson. Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Holly Hertzberg, and I'm speaking on behalf of Mary Smith. She's written her statement here. My name is Mary Smith. I own Mary's Menagerie, a dog daycare and boarding facility in Hiwassee, Arkansas. My facility is quite similar in terms of size, guest population, and area demographics to the one that Ms. Hertzberg wishes to build. For that reason, she has visited Mary's Menagerie on several occasions, as well as maintaining contact via text and email, gathering information that will help her planned facility mesh with the neighborhood it will be in. At full capacity, we board approximately 64 dogs. Our average weekday population is about 34 dogs, with that number rising to around 52 on the weekend, which is also the average summer capacity. We begin letting dogs out at 6:30 a.m., and unless conditions are inclement, we have some dogs out at any given time throughout the day until almost 8 p.m. Our yards are enclosed with chain link fence. There are no privacy fences or sound barriers of any type on my property. Our land is flat to gently rolling with no obstructions such as trees or other buildings to the east, west, or north of us. There is a narrow tree line to the south. We have an RV approximately 400 feet east of the menagerie. We rarely hear dogs barking while inside the RV, which is not insulated, so outside sounds are easily heard. Our nearest neighbors are about 500 feet to the south. They have said they occasionally hear dogs bark, but don't even know if the sound is from my facility or other dogs in the neighborhood, because it is so faint. They have related that the noise from the road traffic on Highway 279 is louder than any sound they hear from my facility. The next nearest neighbors are about 700 feet to the north and west with no fences, buildings, or trees to obstruct the noise. They live in a mobile home and they say they never hear dogs at the menagerie even when they are outside. The neighbors about 1,000 feet to our north have said they can't hear anything even when several dogs are outside at a time. I am sharing all these facts to make the point that I have been boarding dozens of dogs at a time for over 3 years with no noise barriers and no complaints whatsoever. Given the measures Ms. Hertzberg has described to me that she will take to minimize any sound beyond her property boundaries, I am confident her facility will not cause the disturbance or distraction people in the area are concerned that it might be. Thank you.
I'm Rachel Miller. I'm here just to share my part of the story. I live about 500 feet from Canine Connections, which is located off of Weddington, and I don't have any issues. I've never heard dogs barking. I've lived there for about 2 years now, and I have 2 small children, and any day that's a warm day, we are outside, so we spend a lot of time outside, and we haven't heard dogs on weekdays, weekends, weeknights. So it's never been an issue, and I'm in full support of another kennel coming in. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm Carmen Nelson, and I am a nearby neighbor of Jamie, and I've known her for many years, and she actually has fostered horses for us for the Animal League of Washington County on occasion. So I'm very excited about this facility coming in because there is a shortage of dog boarding facilities in the area, and I can attest to that just from my work. When we pull animals from the county shelter and get them slated to go to a rescue, we board them. And most often we board at Weddington Animal Hospital. So I think there's a big scariness of the unknown with this facility, but because I go to these facilities on a weekly basis, either Canine Connection, Dog Party, or Weddington Animal Hospital, I'm in it every day. And as long as it's managed properly and you have caregivers that are out there with the animals engaging with them, it is not going to be a noise problem or issue. The other dog boarding facilities do not have any sound barriers. So I'm very excited that she's gone this extra mile and wants to please the county and the planning commission to go the extra mile to help with, be conscientious of the chapel. And I'm very, thankful that she's done that. I live, I guess, north of her around the corner. And when I sit out on my back deck, I can hear dogs barking from Bridgeport. Okay, I heard some tonight, and I almost wanted to videotape it and go, okay, here's dogs barking right now. You can't control it, but dogs are going to bark excessively when they're left unattended. And in this facility, there are going to be caregivers with the animals engaging and keeping them entertained. So, I mean, who doesn't want to play with the dogs all day? So I'm very excited. We need this. During the holidays, during the summer, at peak times, there are no boarding places available. And so the Animal League and myself, if we need to board animals, we have to book out months in advance, and we get a discount, so I'm the first to get bumped, okay? So I know there's a shortage and there's a need for this in our community, and West Fayetteville is growing like crazy, and with all the additions around us, it would be a blessing to have another boarding facility in our area. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other supporters?
My name is Landon Foster. I'm the architect for Jamie. I want to talk a little bit about sound transmission because I've heard some misconceptions about it. Essentially, what you have is sound drops by 6 decibels every time the distance is doubled. So the world record for a dog bark is 113 decibels at a meter, so 3 feet. By the time that world record dog bark would reach the chapel, it would be in the mid-60s in decibel without any mitigation. That means no fences, no walls of the facility or anything. That's below ambient urban sound. A city will be about 70 ambiently. A quiet suburb will be as low as 50 decibels. As soon as you put any mitigation in the way of that, a sound buffering fence or the wall of the building, it won't even be a whisper by the time you get to the chapel. On top of that, when you look at wind patterns, all the wind in northwest Arkansas comes from the south the majority of the year. So if the wind's coming from the south, it's carrying the sound northward, away from the chapel. So sound is very unlikely to reach the chapel the majority of the time throughout the year. It's just not going to happen.
All right, thank you. A minute, 50 seconds. Do you have anything left? Any other supporters? All right, Ms. Husberg, you want to jump up one more time? I think we have J.P. Madison who want to ask you a question before we then ask the appellant to come up.
Sure.
I have to compliment you on how thorough you've been. I'm not sure that we've had an applicant before us that has gone into quite as much detail to really address every possible concern. So
Thank you.
For someone who doesn't consider herself a public speaker, you're to be commended tonight.
Thank you.
Well, I have one sort of humorous question. It was
Okay.
asked to me when I was talking to a reporter today if cattery is a word or if
It
if
is
you,
a word.
Okay, I had not heard that. So we were most amused by that. I guess at one of the television stations reported the cattery, and all these people were commenting to me about what is a cattery, and I was like, well, it's what it sounds like. It's a place for cats. But the other thing I just wanted to remark is I live on the east side of town, but I've heard from numerous people that live on the west side of town, I think what's been mentioned about the shortage of dog facilities on that side of town. If I didn't have dog watch on my side of town, I probably wouldn't have a dog anymore because I would have given him back to the animal shelter. He's an escape artist. I don't have to worry about him going to the bathroom outside because he just goes inside. It's totally true. It's sometimes my child says that's my job, is just to clean up after the dog. But I will say that we take him to dog watch regularly, and for the times that I've been there, I don't hear the dogs. Not even when I'm inside can I hear the dogs because they're usually contained. You have to sort of be right up on it. You don't hear them in the parking lot. And for those that are not familiar with dog watch, it's in a pretty commercial area off Highway 265 on a very small piece of property.
Yes.
And they have a lot of dogs there.
I think their maximum, I have visited 11 different boarding facilities, and dog watch at full capacity is 160 dogs.
They have a big dog room and a little dog room, and I know that when they go get Eddie and open the door, then I can hear the dogs. But sort of once it's behind the sound in the building, it's very hard to hear. So that's not to diminish the neighbors' concerns. I have been in a lot of situations where neighbors were worried about change in the area and what's going to happen, and change is scary, and you tend to fear the worst. But I just think from my personal experience, it's actually not that bad. So
Thank you. And dog watch, they have no, all they have is chain link.
Yes.
So there's no sound buffering between their facility either, as well as Dog Party USA, which at maximum, they have 200 dogs.
Dog Party's a lot bigger. Eddie's been to Dog Party too. So, but once you find one close to your house, it really is sort of, it's good for having a dog, to have a place to take them. So thank you for being so thorough in your presentation tonight.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
JP Sue Madison.
Thank you, Judge. I want to ask about the size of the plants you plan to plant around the perimeter. You said you were going to plant an evergreen.
I did
What size?
I did research on it, and because dogs are generally low to the ground, what is suggested is that it would be maybe like 2 to 3 feet high.
I meant the size of the pot. How big a plant do you plan to start with?
the
Are you-
marijuana.
No.
She's a plant. You're gonna have to talk in normal people's language.
The word is
Are you starting
container.
with little tiny plants? Or are you buying a 3-gallon plant? Or what size plant are you starting with? I mean,
I'm okay. Well, I'm not sure. I'm looking into hollies, which are evergreens, and that was one of the ones that would that was suggested because of its dense foliage.
yes.
I don't know if it'll be a 1 gallon or a 3 gallon.
Okay, 1 gallon is pretty small. It'll take it a while to grow, but I would encourage you to use a holly because they are native. Don't use the Chinese one. Use a native one. And their leaves do kind of help reflect noise. So, don't use marijuana. If you want to call me about the plant, I'd be happy to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick one, Ms. Justice Eki,
Rather
and then we'll
quickly.
bring the appellant up.
It was really good talking with you, and I know I'm looking at Justice Sussery as well. I didn't even have to ask you a single question because everything that we talked about on the phone, you answered, and you did a great job.
Thank you.
And willing to take that advice. I think you've made your case, in my opinion. Congratulations, job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, JP Eki. Thank you, Ms. Hertzberg. The
Okay.
appellant. State your name, and again, you have 30 minutes to state your case.
My name is Helga Coleman, and I live directly east of Miss Hertzberg. We are the one that share that yellow line bordered fence. I have appealed her the CUP because we have a couple of concerns. The first thing that I just wanted to state is a lot of the footage was actually misrepresented when Jamie entered the information onto her packet, and we have Google mapped it, which she said she did. From our doorstep, it's 345 feet, and she has 433. With an actual measure shooter, it's 324. From our fence, which we are in our yard every single day, it's not cold because I have an 8, 5, and 3-year-old. It is 219 feet from the fence. And I don't disagree that she has the right to start a business. That's great. But I feel like it infringes on my rights as a property owner to enjoy my yard. She has her horse boarding business currently, and we share that fence. And she has 3 pens with the horses facing our house. So they don't face her house. And it just shows me a little bit about, as a neighbor, if she's going to upkeep what she says that she's going to upkeep, which is our fence. You know, horses rub against. We've never complained about anything, but dogs barking crosses a line for me. You know, the horses are okay. We won't say anything. The fence is not upkept. And that's a minor thing, but it just shows me a little bit of the character of, is she going to be a good neighbor with a dog kennel? The other thing I would like to say is I do have 2 dogs. I have a 12-year-old dog, so I've had dogs all my life, but we currently board our dog that has a facility with indoor-outdoor runs, which Canine Connection, which is less than a mile away, does not have. When we drive up to take our dogs or pick our dogs up, every dog comes outside and barks. So we know the noise level of dogs barking, and it's a chain reaction. And I know they said they have the option to shut off their gates to come in and out of those kennels, but I haven't heard anything about the hours of that or if it's able to be done. So, you know, once they're outside barking, which I think is a great thing, but because a dog wants to be outside a lot, so I just don't see how that is going to be controlled. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. I don't speak well. So the other concern I had about the indoor-outdoor, I'm sorry, let me look at my notes, area. Or actually the last thing I was going to say is she said 3 out of 4 of her closest neighbors agree, which is a little misleading. 2 of them live in the same residence, so she's counting those 2, Joe Woodcup and Julie. So that would count as 1, and then across the street would be Path. Well, we're a very small neighborhood. I live in a house that was built in 1848, and the person across the street from me has a really older house, and we're a unique neighborhood. And I think that our property value is definitely going to diminish. If I ever decide to sell my house, I feel like there's a niche for my historic home. And if they have the choice of another historic home and a house with a dog kennel 300 feet away, 200 from my fence, they're not going to pick my house. So that was another worry of mine. So I think that is all I had to say.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other in opposition? How are you? State your name.
And I'm used to talking to a class of kids, so if I get too loud, you let me know. My name is Laurie Voss, and I live at 2132 North Stone Chapel Lane. I would like to offer some insights regarding the kennel proposal by Ms. Hertzberg, as my background is sort of unique, so it gives me an interesting perspective. In the mid-1990s, I was one of the 5 co-founders for the Needy Paws Animal Shelter in Clarksville. At that time, it was the 2nd largest animal shelter in the state of Arkansas. The Hot Springs Animal Facility was the only one that was larger in square footage and animal capacity. We housed up to 60 dogs and 25 cats at a time. Our shelter featured a full staff, full-time, as well as a very large component of volunteers. And these people came in, these kids, neighbors, to come in and help us take care of the animals. We very carefully chose the location for our shelter. We picked something at the east end of town that was zoned specifically for industrial use, and that was a big thought that went into that. There were no houses in view of the building that we picked. I was a volunteer there for years until I relocated to Fayetteville. So I do have some experience in how an animal facility affects the area around it. Although our staff and volunteers worked diligently to provide the best service to Clarksville's animals and people that we could, it was inevitable that despite cleaning each run twice daily, we scrubbed them down. Heat would result in an unpleasant odor around the shelter in the summer. That was just part of it. Dogs that were being exercised barked frequently because that's what dogs do. We were located far enough from property with houses that it wasn't a problem for the homeowners, but the noise could be deafening for those working in and around the shelter, depending on how many dogs were outside at a time. So I currently live in Fayetteville. I teach science at Farmington Public Schools and work as a wedding coordinator at St. Catherine's. I mention the science because one of the topics I teach, physics of sound waves. All right, so I feel comfortable talking about the topic. Although the chapel does look lovely in the valley of Hamstring Creek, its location, now we're talking topography. We have a valley with a limestone bluff that's behind the chapel. Okay, limestone bluffs, hard surfaces, they reflect sound waves. That's just physics. So sounds that are produced north of the chapel, which is where the proposed kennel will be, travel across the valley. They're collected and reflected by that bluff because it runs behind the chapel. Ordinary sounds like lawnmowers, outdoor conversation, traffic are more audible in front of the chapel than further east on the property. On the further east part, the bluff, it dissipates. It's no longer there. So something that we haven't really talked about is sound waves don't travel the same in a flat area as it does in places where the topography changes. And sound waves, they have properties, so they react differently in different places, and this is where my concern is coming from. So sound waves, when you produce a sound wave, you have a sound that's produced and it propagates we're talking sound like it just travels outward, which it doesn't do. Sound moves in a spherical fashion. So you have high and low density areas of the sound wave. So sound blankets are great for the sounds that go this way, although I doubt that they would take care of all of it. But what about the sound that goes this way? What about the sound that goes that way? Something else to keep in mind, if you have a reflective blanket where the yellow line is, and I mean, I'm not really worried about the dogs in the kennel, it's the one that's out. Because if you have sound waves that hit, they're kind of, I mean, think of light bouncing off a mirror, because light waves and sound waves act the same. So if you have sound, it's going to bounce between the center blocks and the reflecting blankets and that big south center block wall. It's going to reflect it right into where weddings are going on across the creek. So that's something that, we're kind of worried about because the sound blankets, they don't address that impact of sound. So, with all due respect, to say that sound isn't going to happen, I wouldn't let one of my students make a statement like that because we've studied sound waves and they do travel, they do bounce. Low frequency sounds, you talked about the traffic barriers. Low frequency sounds, they're absorbed. They don't have a lot of energy. High frequency sounds, like barking, these transmit a lot of energy, and so they tend to bounce because of the type and quality of sound. So we're not just talking about decibels, we need to talk about frequencies because that's an important part of it. So there's your science lesson for today. So last comment, my other job as a wedding coordinator means that I spend every weekend of the year, 52, planning weddings with our brides at St. Catherine's. And so we've looked at it from the business aspect, but right now I want you to get kind of behind the eyes of the girls that come to see me. So to each of these women, the day that they pick for their wedding, that's the most important and sacred day in her life. So if we take all of the businesses and all the rest of the people out of it and just look at it from their perspective, there aren't going to be any brides that are sitting there planning weddings. If they do hear a dog bark, that's going to think, wow, I want my wedding here. I want to hear that. So the distance between the dog facility and the outdoor facility and the table where we put the wedding cake, it's 348 feet with a limestone bluff behind it. So based on my experience at the animal shelter in Clarksville, it's not realistic to expect barking dogs to not impact someone who's trying to decide, is this where I want to have the best day of my life? So I love animals. I've devoted my life to protecting and caring the ones that didn't have homes. So I get this part of it, I do. But when I chose to be a plan to care for these animals of a city, we picked a location that wasn't near people that would help them but not impact their living conditions. So I respectfully request that this is truly Ms. Hertzberg's dream, that she consider a location that doesn't negatively impact the established homes and businesses that share her borders. If Ms. Hertzberg is not receptive to this suggestion, I strongly urge that her proposed kennel be denied. And I'll be happy to answer any questions about sound that you have. Or
Any other,
bites.
well, let me just make sure. Do we have any other in opposition? And then we can ask our court to, okay, we have some others in opposition.
Okay.
Then we'll open it up for them to ask.
And this may be slightly unusual. My name is Warren Gabbard. I reside at 2136 Stone Chapel Lane. I also am a participant in the wedding business. I've been involved with that for over 10 years now. Business has been in place for about 20 years now. Now, I do have a handout I would like for each of you to distribute to each of you. And so, I know you've received some information from me. This is email, so forth, a packet. And I'll go through this in just a moment. Thank you very much.
No. I'll share it.
You pass over.
Yeah, I'll share it.
Thank you. I'll cover some of these issues. Okay, as noted, St. Catherine's Bell Gable has been in operation since 1998. It's a labor of love. Ann Boynton and Lowell Boynton, the architects and creators of this amazing chapel. They started that and they invested their time, their finances, their blood, sweat, and tears for this, to create this amazing chapel. Definitely a labor of love and inspiration. Since that time, we've conducted over 1,800 weddings, hundreds of wedding receptions. We've had hundreds of photography sessions involving bridals, senior pictures, family photos. We've had memorial and funeral services. We've also hosted artists that use the chapel, barn, and grounds as their subject to create beautiful works of art. We have hosted Walton Art Center events, Artisphere, string instrumentals. We've hosted memorial tree plantings. We have hosted ash spreadings and pet burials. Very sacred place to a lot of people. They come there frequently to enjoy the solitude and sit and ponder and think about their loved ones that have departed. We also have hosted many University of Arkansas School of Architecture classes. They come out there frequently to marvel at the chapel. There have been thousands of tourists that travel through this area, and also for weddings that have come through and visited the chapel on our property. Between weddings and receptions, we have hosted over 100,000 guests. That's a significant number. That's a very far-reaching power of the internet. We've become a destination venue. The economic impact that we have is significant in Fayetteville and in Northwest Arkansas. The guests staying in hotels, dining in restaurants, visiting attractions, shopping, etc. It provides a definite boost, shot in the arm. We also take into account there are the peripheral vendors that would be impacted if this proposed kennel is to go through. You have photographers, videographers, caterers, cake makers. You have florists, rental companies, everything from chairs and tents to transportation, limos. Wedding dress shops, tux rentals, hair salons, cosmetologists. Those would all be impacted. We average about 100 weddings a year That's not to mention all the other events that we have. Of course, we've also been on the numerous publications about tiny churches. We've had cityscapes. We've garnered the cover of that. We've been in their wedding publication, Arkansas Bride. There are a lot of, we do garner a lot of tourists that come through, and they come through on almost a daily basis. We have TripAdvisor, we're listed there, Roadside America, Yelp. Those are three big ones, and we get a lot of people that come through to visit our chapel. And with all these weddings, with all these tourists that come through, there are two things that you commonly hear. They say, look at the beauty of the chapel and the grounds. And they always say, it's very quiet, very serene out here. That is something, and I had someone last weekend, this is the second time I've heard this in about the last 3 weeks, someone came in and said, it's like I've stepped off into a different world. They've just come out of the city. We're 2 miles from Interstate 49. Hear very little traffic noise from that. But it's like they come into a different world, and it's almost like a fairy tale setting to them. Of course, we're all over Pinterest and Facebook. Brides to be, hey, Pinterest is their #1 go-to. So they are definitely in tune with us. We've had pins, it's just too numerous to mention, continuing to pin our chapel, and we get people calling from all over. We did weddings for a couple from New Zealand last year, and did a couple months ago Brooklyn. It's all over the states. We've done about 280 weddings in the last 3 years. Of those, 146 of them were from out of state. Those are people traveling in, booking hotels, restaurants, shopping, attractions. Again, that's a significant investment in Northwest Arkansas that they're making. So that's a huge impact in our world here. And that's something that should not be overlooked. Now, we are concerned definitely about this kennel, most definitely. We are opposed to that. There's been some things that have come to light here. There's been some discrepancies in the distance between structures and so forth. Initially at the planning board meeting, there was, I believe, a figure of 446 feet between the proposed kennel and the chapel. Okay. The latest letter we received about 2 weeks ago indicated it had increased to 602 feet. And within that, there were numerous other distances that had changed with the neighboring properties, the Coleman's home, Halls, et cetera, and so forth. We've tried to verify those distances, how that was obtained. I can't answer that question. We have that top sheet of paper that I provided you. We did a measurement from the chapel to our fence line, and then we had to take a laser rangefinder to obtain the rest of the distance. When we petitioned Ms. Hertzberg to allow us to gain access so we could get a hard tape on that, and we invited her to join us, she declined, and her response was, I'm not comfortable allowing you on my property because you are attempting to stop me. And that covers a little bit more. We go back in time on that planning board meeting. We discovered the kennel was proposed when we received a letter from the planning board, the required letter. So she was not very forthcoming in what she was going to do on that. So that kind of plants a mindset there. The distance measurements are not anywhere near what she has stated. Again, if you look at our measurements, it's 437 feet from the chapel doors to the kennel. It's 348 feet to where we conduct the majority of our business, receptions, photography, et cetera, down by the creek. Okay. you know, people say, hey, you're measuring structure to structure. Well, hey, that's not going to fly in this instance, because in a 2-hour wedding, maybe 20% of the time is spent inside the chapel, if they do it inside the chapel. The rest of it is spent outdoors, 80% of the time. That's an hour and 36 minutes that's spent outside. They're going to be subjected to, yes, there's going to be elements, and there could be external noises beyond a dog kennel. That can always be the case there. That is something that you know, is you'll have to ask the question to Ms. Hertzberg how she obtained her figures. So our point is that within that reception area, in the outdoor area, that is where our use is. That's where our use is, and that's where it will impact us greatly. I have several letters from photographers, and I've even have some letters from former couples that were married there. Pose the question to them, in their professional opinion for the photographers, would you say that this is going to disrupt our business and also potentially harm our business? And to a person, each one of them said yes, and it would obviously impact their income. Additionally, those former couples that were married there, posed a question to them. They stated to a person, everyone that I've spoken with, they've stated that if that kennel had been in place when we were looking at your venue, we probably would not have booked a wedding there. So you have historical facts there that they would not have done that. Now, we've been somewhat reluctant to ask some of the future bookings that we do have. We did get a query from one, and we asked them for a letter, which they did provide, and they stated that they would have to rethink their decision, and they're very familiar with our property, So, and short of extending that question out to future couples that have booked, which would jeopardize our business even further, you know, if this were to go through, we're going to have to probably approach them and say, hey, look, this is what's going on. It would be the right thing to do to reach out to them. It would be the right thing to do. Because if not, we could put ourselves in a position where we would be liable and could be subject to a lawsuit in that instance. Okay. Another thing that is a huge concern is the sound barrier aspect. The planning board, of course, they have amended from suggesting that she provide a sound barrier, and also that it's now a required aspect of the plan. Okay. Now, within that, Ms. Hertzberg, of course, obviously the burden of proof is on her, and that it must be approved by the planning or the planning office and everything. So, Ms. Hertzberg has not really provided any clear information about these sound barriers. Would they eliminate noise? And no, there's not any actionable information relating to these sound barriers. I don't know which sound barrier she's looking into. I've flipped around on the internet like anyone can. It's a huge gray area. I haven't seen any definitive information that will out there that said it will eliminate dog noise in any way, shape, or form. Most people are utilizing them in a manner to buffer the sound from their air conditioning unit. And that was the most common use that they have. Now, others have tried to use it for buffering sound from a roadway, things of that nature, but they also say that if you can still see the road from your property, it's not going to suppress that sound. So, there's a height measurement that needs to be attained in order to achieve that suppression, noise suppression. And again, that's something that needs. I am not an expert in that endeavor, but again, that's what I have noticed. Now, On to other things. This TV news article that we've had a couple of TV news folks come out, and they've interviewed Ms. Hertzberg, and they've interviewed us. Of course, a lot of it was concerned that it was to raise the public's awareness and so forth about this process. And it's our position that we look at this, that you're obligated to protect the adjacent property owner's rights. That's what it boils down to. This, you must consider all the facts, such as the actual distance in the conflict, to determine if any damage to others would occur. Okay? It is also St. Catherine's at Belle Gable's position, and supported by evidence, that such damage could and will occur. And also St. Catherine's at Belle Gable contends that the burden of proof is upon the applicant for the following reason. A ruling against Ms. Hertzberg does not impose any financial hardship. She has not yet put significant investment capital at risk of a possible business venture failure. Conversely, St. Catherine's at Belle Gable has already made a very large capital investment and survived the risk of a business failure. A ruling against St. Catherine's at Belle Gable reimposes the financial risk in the very real form of reduced future income. And again, that goes back to the information I've been given by previous couples and the future couples that I did reach out to, the one that I did. So, additional information that you want to consider. I know it's been bandied about, and some JPs have said she's going to be creating jobs and so forth, which that should normally be a positive. In this instance, it needs to be under a lot of scrutiny. St. Catherine's at Belle Gable has created numerous jobs over the years. At the current time, members of 5 households, 10 individuals, are receiving compensation of some form for work related to the chapel barn and grounds. Additionally, the aforementioned peripheral vendors provide numerous jobs related to events conducted at the chapel barn and grounds. Any reduction in these events will ultimately lead to a reduction in their income. Again, as a state, we are a destination wedding place. 280 weddings the last 3 years, 146 of those out-of-state couples. Businesses that benefited, as I noted before, all of those include, and some others that are additional. Yet airlines, car rental agencies, those are two for travel. So it's a pretty far-reaching economic impact. Many of us do live upon the property, and so very significant disruption of our personal lives would also occur too with a kennel in our backyard. We do have that right to have use of our property as it is, use of our property without disruption. Now, simply put, the loss of our use of personal space as well as the loss of use of our professional venture is not something to be taken lightly. Please bear this in mind and deny this proposed kennel. Any questions anyone has?
J.P. Harbison, you had a question? You have a minute, 30 seconds.
No, I just have a comment I want to make to the Quorum Court. When you look at these distances on here, first look that it's straight across to the chapel. It's not down this way or down that way, it's straight across from the chapel, which means it has more impact than whether it was offset somewhere else on that property. There's no question that they've done a good business plan. There's no question that this will be a good business for them. The question here is if this is going to impact this chapel.
This chapel, page 2.
This chapel that took 12 years of hard work and love to produce. And, the problem is that the kennel person wants to use an existing structure that's on her property, a horse arena, and build a kennel out of that. So, I mean, she could put her kennel somewhere else, then it wouldn't have this impact on this chapel. And, I want people to start businesses. But we have a business that's already established here that brings in money from practically every state in the United States and foreign countries. They're already established. They are going to be impacted by this kennel. How much, I really don't know. I mean, they've gone to details to try to make this sound good. But, I just think that we already have an established business, if you want to call it a business, and it is a business.
And it is.
And we are in conflict. So, I just hope that they will consider and move their kennel somewhere else. Even maybe on that property still, if it was moved down to the end down there. But right now, where the position of that horse arena is, to turn that into a building into a kennel, it's going to impact this. There's no way that it's not, even with all the sound barriers and everything else. And it's not that I'm against the kennel. I'm against the position of where it is on her property in relation to the chapel.
If I might add, the third page there, if you will, the third page image there with the horse, and you look up above the horse, there's the green roof from the proposed kennel. Again,
Right here, yes.
where that horse is exactly where brides exit the vehicle when they come down to the chapel for a wedding. That as Ms. Voss noted earlier, that is a sacred day in the lives of the couples. It always has been, always will be. That, along with the birth of their children, an extremely sacred day. And that's something you're allowing one business to come in, if you did allow that, to come in and impose on the rights of the other. And I am skeptical about the noise suppression in any way, shape, or form, that it's going to be diminished to a point where it would not impact our business. And I just can't see that. I haven't been presented with anything to convince me of that.
J.P. Kikalai,
Thank you, Judge.
and then J.P. Eki.
Thank you so much, Warren, for coming to speak tonight and for providing so much information to the Quorum Court. I want to make sure that I do everything I can in understanding all the arguments from the residents of both sides, in addition to all the information that we've been provided. In listening to you, from what I understand, you are explaining that you believe that your rights would be violated by the business, the shelter and cattery conditional use permit being ratified tonight. Could you tell us again why exactly your rights would be violated?
Well, the rights would be violated, first of all, from a personal perspective, as we stated. I mean, the noise in itself there would disrupt our personal lives. And secondly, like I said, we're 348 feet away from the proposed kennel. That would definitely impose upon the rights of those that have entrusted our services over the years when they come in to conduct a wedding. And that's something that I think that speaks volumes of what the letters I've received and the people I've spoken with. I haven't found anyone that would embrace the dog kennel and come out there and conduct a wedding. I have not found anyone to do that. So that's an income. Also, like I said, it's income that's going to be jeopardized, and that's a significant issue.
Thank you very much, Warren.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask you this question. Is there anything to stop Ms. Hertzberg from, say, purchasing 7 to 10 dogs and letting them run freely?
According to what the county planning said, she could have up to 75 dogs. if she
Personally,
wanted to.
I mean, not
Personally.
open
Oh,
a
yeah,
business?
Their
And what if
dogs
you
are
have
deemed
10
agricultural.
What if she were to have 10 dogs and they were to run outside and there'd be outside dogs?
They would generate noise,
Yep.
definitely.
And
Yeah, absolutely, they're going to generate noise. But when you have 36 dogs, I mean, it's akin
they're not
to.
going to be all outside at the same time.
Yeah.
So if she were to own 15 dogs,
Yeah, that would still generate noise,
they-
and it would
and
be
let them run
disruptive.
around, and
It
she
would be
wouldn't be
disruptive.
saying,
So-
then therefore she would
so-
say, at 6 a.m. or
Okay.
6 p.m., everybody come inside.
Okay, let me ask you
Okay,
this.
so are you infringing on
It-
her rights
No.
to have, okay. Thank you.
I-
No further questions, Judge.
I do have a question for you. If the
Any
kennel
other-
was on your back wall,
Okay. that's
would
it.
you? So,
Any other thoughts, questions? J.P. Dennis.
Thank you, Judge. Just since we're doing the hypotheticals and everything, you have 93 weddings a year, $1,000 apiece, 93,000, maybe more. If you lose half of your income, who are you going to sue?
who are we going to sue? Well, I guess the only obvious
Are you going
recourse
for
for us would
Are
be.
you going for the county, or are you going for the individuals?
Well, the individual is the one, and of course, we would have to contemplate what the other aspect would be. So, but definitely, I mean, that's a recourse for us that we would have to discuss and move forward from that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
J.P. Kicklight.
Warren, is there any other information that you'd like to provide or things you'd like us to consider?
Other information?
Correct.
Well, again, as I would, I have big questions about the distance measurements that she's provided. I don't know if it's how she obtained those. That's something you will have to ask her. Again, there's some huge discrepancies. Again, she stated it's 602 feet, and of course, when she provided that measurement on that last form, we were the only property that she listed a frame of reference to football fields. We're the only property that she listed a frame of reference of. And it is not to football fields. Again, like I said, 437 feet from structure to structure, but it is 348 feet to where we actually conduct our activities.
Any other? Okay, thank you. At this point, we'll take a motion to ratify or deny. So there was a 30 minutes for supporters and then 30 minutes for those who oppose. And so the time has expired on both. And so now, thank you. And now it comes back to the court to go ahead and start their business. There will be another time during this process, but as far as the opening of this particular process, that part is done. J.P. Harbison?
Leave this on first reading and have our other two hearings later in January and February. I think that enough people have not been out there to really look at the situation. So I make a motion that we leave this on first reading.
There's no need to, there's no motion to be made on, if we just leave it as is, then it'll just go on to the agenda next month. Justice Devins.
I, as a representative of this district, first of all, would like to thank all the parties that I visited with. I did talk to each of them and also recommended some compromises for both parties, as there were several people for it and there were several people against it. So I first of all want to appreciate all of you and your hospitality of me and some of the other JPs who visited, so thank you for that. Second of all, I'd like to, I'm supposed to make a motion to move this to.
If you want.
Oh.
That's your call.
I'd like to move it to the second reading for the, I think I'm
You
saying
have
it
to-
completely wrong.
You're going to have to make a motion. What are we moving to the second
Oh.
reading? To deny or to
Approve.
I'd like to move that we move the order, I don't know how to say it.
No, we have to
No.
have, we've got to have a proper motion. You've either got to make a motion to deny the CUP that was issued by the planning board, or to ratify, which is approve the CUP for the planning board. Then we will have a first reading, and then From there, we either suspend the rules or not and go from there.
At this point, I would have to abstain because I'd need more information, so I'm not sure what I should do at this point.
JP Balls.
Okay.
I'll make the motion that we approve the CUP.
Second.
No, sir. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and have the attorney read the ordinance. By title only.
An ordinance ratifying a conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Board.
I'm going to make a motion that we suspend the rules and move this on to the second reading.
It's been moved and properly second. Ms. Patty?
Fred Roush. Yes. Bill Usry.
Yes.
Daniel Balls.
Yes.
Harvey Bowman.
Yes.
Alicia Devons. Robert Dennis.
No.
Lisa Ecke.
Yes.
Ann Harbison.
No.
Joe Kicklack.
Yes.
Eva Madison.
Yes.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion that we put this on the third and final reading.
Well, let me read it first.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
That's fine.
got ahead of myself.
That's okay. An ordinance ratifying a conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Board.
I'm going to make a motion that we put this on the third and final reading.
It's been moved and properly second. Ms. Patty?
Fred Roush.
Yes.
Bill Usry.
Yes.
Daniel Balls.
Yes.
Harvey Bowman.
Yes.
Alicia Devons. Robert Dennis.
No.
Lisa Ecke.
Yes.
Ann Harbison.
No.
Joe Kicklack.
Yes.
Eva Madison.
Yes.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the ratification of this permit for the CUP.
All right, now it's discussion.
That'll be an ordinance ratifying a conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Board. Now, discussion.
All right, discussion. JP Dennis.
I know that we voted to go ahead and do 3 readings tonight. I'm just, when I look out and I see the audience and I see people raise their hands and they want to discuss it,
They will.
then I just don't think, I think that we're rushing again. And I think if Tom Lundstrom was here, he would say, why do we always have to have an emergency on all this stuff? And I'm going to step up and say, I think we're rushing it again. I know we heard it for a long time, but just because we heard something for a long time doesn't mean that it's time to make the decision. And we put the 3 readings in place for a purpose, and 3 meetings, separate meetings for a purpose. And that's allowed the public to have knowledge and be able to come in. Who knows how many other people want to come and talk about it, but they're gone for Christmas, or they're sick with the flu, or whatever reason. I just hate to see this court always rush everything when, you know, this is important to both parties, very, very important. And, you know, economically for the chapel, if it ruins their business, they're going to come after somebody. And I think we just need to cautiously go into this, and I think we haven't. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. JP Harbison.
I think we need to look for a compromise on this. I think the kennel could be moved because, you know, just to use a frame, kind of a steel frame with a roof on it, is not that much of a deal to build a kennel somewhere else on that property. And I think we're rushing it, and we're not giving the opportunity for these people to get this worked out. Thank you.
Any other? JP Dennis.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this to the next meeting.
Second.
We have a motion already on the floor.
Right, but this is yeah, to
All right.
table. It supersedes that motion.
So it's a motion to table, but that would come after we do the vote on the.
No, you have to vote on the
Okay.
table first.
So it's been moved to table till next month?
The next quorum court meeting,
Next one, court meeting.
full quorum court meeting.
And it's been seconded by JP Harbison.
It's not debatable.
It's up put for a vote.
Is that roll? And go ahead, Ms. Patty.
Fred Roush.
Yes.
Bill Usry. Daniel Balls.
No.
Harvey Bowman.
Yes.
Alicia Devons.
Yes.
Robert Dennis.
Yes.
Lisa Ecke.
No.
Ann Harbison.
Yes.
Joe Kicklack.
No.
Eva Madison.
No.
Sue Madison.
No.
Joel Maxwell.
No.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
No.
Okay. It doesn't pass.
Thank you.
JP Madison?
I don't think we're rushing, because I think that all the work that went into tonight was here tonight. We've been here a really long time. To make all these people come back twice more, there will be another opportunity for everyone to speak before we vote. It's on the agenda, where we have 30 minutes for the proponents, 30 minutes for the opponents, and then anytime before we vote on an ordinance, there's another opportunity for public comment. So there will be another opportunity. I was about to say that, but I just don't think it's a service to you all to do this twice more. So if we're advancing it because you think somehow we haven't discussed it enough, we're ready to vote, and I don't think we should prolong this for you all. There's no questions that have been unanswered in my mind, and I think making you all come back and leaving this hanging is not appropriate. So we need to just move on and end this so that everybody can know what's going on and they can go home and get ready for the holidays.
Did you have something, JP Madison?
We are discussing the main motion now, right? Okay. This has been before the planning board. An appeal was filed. We've all been contacted by phone by both parties, or both sides of the issue. So I think it has been very much public exposure to the issue. If it goes one way, we have a business owner who needs to get with it and start putting up sound panels and planting bushes. And we may have another business that needs to be letting prospective brides know what changes may be coming. So I think both businesses probably would like to get moving. But I have struggled with this since I came to this meeting and listened to both sides. When I went out there, it seemed to me that back when the chapel was being built, they were in full compliance with all the county regs at the time and made their investment and have conducted a business. Whereas the applicant is needing special permission from the county to pursue her business. And that bothered me. Plus, the Boyntons have worked hard to truly beautify the area around the chapel. They've planted cypress trees to hold the bank of that creek that floods periodically because there was debris from a recent flood. They've added lovely stone landscaping. And I have lost many sleepless nights thanks to neighbors' barking dogs. I've had barking dogs that irritated my neighbors, and I'm afraid of dogs. So I've had a mind shift since I was out there, though. This kennel is being required to do more than any other kennel that Ms. Hertzberger surveyed. With the sound panels, she's doing the fencing, she's doing shrubbery, and she has been very, very thorough, and I think it's evident to me she really wants to be a good neighbor. So I'm inclined to support the applicant on this, not necessarily because we need another dog kennel, but because she has done a lot of homework, and I think she does want to keep peace with her neighbors. And I'm probably going to give her that chance. Thank you.
Any other ones before we go back to public comments? Justice Keith-Clark.
Thank you, Judge. thank you to both residents and all neighbors and friends, community members that have come out to support both residents, in addition to providing so much information. I lament that both residents have such strong fears of the future, and I take those into account. We all, justices of the peace, must take those into account when voting on a conditional use permit or voting to do anything that will change the daily life of residents in this county and in any county. However, there is no legal conflict, nor is there a code conflict that has not already been mitigated in working between the planning staff and both residences, both business or would-be business owners. And because of that, I cannot overstep. Rather, because of that, unless one can prove that there's really a right being violated by the property owners, I would wish that both property owners would continue to work together to make sure that both businesses can flourish together. Both property owners have a history of working together in this conditional use permit. There must have been some level of communication to be able to establish the regulations that are going to be served as mitigation in this conditional use permit. I hope that both property owners will see the best in each other and see the best in our county and continue to work together to make sure that both businesses can flourish. I think, again, both property owners are spending so much time providing so much information to the Quorum Court and to each other and to the Planning Commission. And thank you all again. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Public comments. 10 minutes total time, 10 minutes, 20 minutes total, pro and con. So we go with the pro first. Are you pro or con? Con, come on, come on. Yeah.
I know it's late and y'all want to go home, and I'll make this quick. My name's Jason Hudson. I'm a resident of Washington County since 1995. I started my wedding photography business in 1997. I had my photography studio at the corner of Stone Chapel Lane and Porter Road in the late 1990s and early 2000s. I photographed weddings at Belle Gable for the last 20 years. Belle Gable is a very quiet, serene place, and because of that, has become very popular. If there were noises there from neighbors currently, lawnmowers, car alarms, etc., it wouldn't be a popular place to have a nice, quiet, pristine wedding. The discussion tonight has been on whether or not the outdoor wedding guests and brides and grooms are going to hear dogs barking. I don't have a crystal ball to look into and tell you whether or not they're going to hear dogs barking. That's not even my main concern. I've spent the last 20 years, half my life, studying wedding couples, how they spend their money, how they make their buying decisions, and what they want. The reason I've studied that is because, as a wedding photographer, I want a piece of that money. So what brides and grooms pay for is an experience. And the word that bothers me, that comes to my mind, is perception. It's not anything else but perception. Let me explain a scenario. When a newly engaged man or woman sitting down with their partner and discussing where they might want to have a wedding, somebody says, "Oh, I heard about this little quiet, beautiful chapel out on Mount Comfort Road. Let's look at that this weekend to have our wedding." Well, maybe their partner says, "Oh, I heard they were going to construct and operate a dog kennel nearby." That's perception. That's not reality, that's perception. Once that's out on the table, Belle Gable's off as a possible venue for that wedding. They'll go look in Bella Vista or Eureka Springs or wherever comparable places. So that bothers me, just the perception there. And the timeline comment about why can't the Belle Gable staff give the kennel schedule their weddings, that's great for the 6 o'clock Saturday weddings. That's great. The weddings I photograph there, majority are elopements. And you get an hour and a half or more, if you pay for more, at the chapel. And it's usually me as the photographer, the videographer, the bridegroom, and the officiant worn there at the chapel. We're there for the hour and a half they're there. The bride will approach me at the beginning of that hour and a half and say, "Hey, should we do our pictures first, or should we do our ceremony first, or what do you think?" Because these are not planned out months in advance like big fancy weddings. These are elopements, just the bride and groom who just said, "Hey, let's go get married." And it's a last-minute thing sometimes. So I've even done back-to-back, hour and a half, hour and a half, hour and a half at Belle Gable. I've been there part of the day. I don't know within those 3 or 6 hours when the wedding ceremony is going to take place. It depends on weather. It depends on who's late arriving. If there is a parent or somebody coming, maybe the flowers got delivered late or whatever. So I don't know when the exact ceremony is going to happen. So it's not as easy as saying that. So I'll just give you those 2 points. The timeline is not reality, and the perception will hurt that business and trickle down to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Another opponent? This is public comment time. You gotta get the
I have a
public comment.
question for him, though.
Well, let me get these guys and then come back. Come on.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charles Charlo. I'm a longtime resident of Fayetteville. Currently live at old folks' home called Butterfield Village. But I do own property on Sunshine Road, west of the proposed facility. And my daughter, who's here, owns property that's right straight across from the proposed facility. While I did have 2 sons who got married in the chapel, and the marriages are still intact, so it's evidently sticks when you do it there. But I would like to have you consider this from another angle altogether, and that is the growth of Fayetteville. And Fayetteville is growing out that way. It's becoming residential. It's changing. You talk about change. Well, it is changing. It's changing from strictly rural. The property that I own, I probably had about 20 years. The property that my daughter now owns, 40 years. And it was way out in the country and rural at the time. But now it's coming this way. I mean, Fayetteville is moving that way, and it's becoming residential. In fact, there was an article in the paper not too long ago about the construction around Rupo Road. And it mentioned that a property owner in that area had applied to get a different zoning away from residential agriculture to one that would allow more businesses. And the city turned them down, or at least they didn't approve it. So my point is that looking to the future and the growth of Fayetteville, that way, this use is just not compatible with it. And it's going to, I think, affect property in that area adversely that could be and would be developed. It's not as if it's a dire need for a facility. As been talked about, there's one in Weddington, there's one out on 112 out near Countytown, which is a lot closer than Hiwassee, which is up in Benton County. So please consider it from the angle of the overall growth and trends in the area, which is to be residential.
All right, thank you for your time. Any other opponents? We have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. You got 3 minutes now.
Okay. Very quick. Marty Charlo, live just north of the proposed development, have a horse farm there. And quickly on the sound issue, people have said, well, the subdivision, Bridgeport's so close, it's noisy anyway. Having lived there on the property for the last 25 years, I can tell you that Bridgeport subdivision is up on a ridge above the chapel. And I hear Bridgeport subdivision much better than you do at the chapel. We've spent lots of time when my daughter was little, wandering and hiking that way, and you don't hear as much subdivision noise at the chapel as you do a little further north at my property or Carmen Nelson's property. I'm also a little concerned about the traffic and parking. They mention it being close to the intersection there with Mount Comfort. To the east, but saying it wasn't a concern because it's an intersection, people will be stopped. But having lived out there, I can tell you those cars off of Mount Comfort and Wheeler, they don't stop before they're hauling onto Sunshine. It's a pretty popular cut through to get to Weddington. You know, Ruppel's the main cut through, but it's busy, so people come down Sunshine. And they're not stopping very often or slowing much to get down on Sunshine. The other thing is I would want to know how much parking there is available, because if this is a doggy daycare, you're gonna have people dropping and picking up on a daily basis, usually at rush hour, morning and evening. And if so, if the parking is not sufficient, they're gonna be parking along the road. Now, a few years back, we moved our driveway to our barn from Mount Comfort to Sunshine, which is almost directly across, so that we'd have a little safer place to pull out horse trailers. And I can tell you the sight lines aren't great even there, and the traffic is close. And if there's people parked on the road as well, it's gonna be difficult for my boarders or myself to get our horse trailers in and out. So those are my quick concerns, my 3 minutes.
Thank you, appreciate it. A minute, 36 seconds left for those who are opposed to the project. These are all opposed.
My name is Pat Kenzel. I live in Fayetteville and have spent 41 years going out to the grounds of Bell Gable. One thing that you cannot put a time schedule on are things that happen there that have nothing to do with business. There are memorials there. I have been there after deaths in the family. We had a prayer at the beginning of this meeting tonight. I couldn't tell you how many hours I've spent praying. When you drive across the wooden bridge, you are truly taken to another environment. And as soon as I heard about this, I remembered a poem I wrote in 1999, which I will not read to you, but I'll leave some copies. But here's the first part of it. Come, sit, listen to the quiet.
Excellent, thank you. 24 seconds left for those who are opposed.
Let me get it in before it's up there. I just wanted to say towards the guidelines of the planning committee, it kind of mirrors to me listening to the marijuana facility going in, property values, that the real estate agent said, is she gonna show my house when it has a dog kennel next to it? That's what I'm worried about, property values, because we are planning on eventually selling our house and building somewhere else. So that's probably my biggest concern. And she nailed it on the head when she was talking about that property. So like, it's almost relative, like that you can't really put a number or define it. But like she said about that house, she's not going to show that house because it has a marijuana facility next to it. Somebody might not like dogs, and then she's not going to show my house because there's a dog kennel right next to it. The planning committee has a list of things that goes through, and it says, is it compatible? Does it decrease property values? Does it hinder the enjoyment of current properties that have been there? I moved into that house with the church already there. I knew it was there, and you know, it's not like, it's like another one's coming in. It's not like the dog kennel was already there. I went into it knowing that it was already there. So that's all I wanted to say on the guidelines that I thought that Mr. Kicklack asked about.
All right. Thank you.
If you could go through that.
Thank you.
I feel like it goes on that. Thank you.
Thank you. 10 minutes for those who are in support.
Hello, I'm Eileen Jennings with Arvis, and I just wanted to speak to Ms. Hertzberg's due diligence in regards to this project and my observations. So we've been working together for a couple of months, and in my opinion, she has been incredibly thorough in the depth and scope of her due diligence in regards to the business plan, as well as a lot of research that has gone into it. The pet industry is a growing industry, and in Northwest Arkansas, as we see population grow and a lot of disposable income, we see the demand for that increasing. So I just wanted to speak to the research that she has done and the confidence I have in the package that was brought forth. So thank you.
Thank you. In support.
Landon Foster, Jamie's architect. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on the sound issues that are being talked about. So one thing that was discussed is the way sound directionally travels earlier. And so the school teacher was talking about how sound travels sort of omnidirectionally. Well, that's not exactly true, but it's abstracted that way for calculations. So if we were to abstract it that way and take the maximum sound that inside of a kennel is 115 decibels, and that's with all the dogs barking at once. That's as loud as it'll get. If you're standing there and you're there for, more than an hour, you're going to suffer hearing damage from that. So that's where we're at with that inside the kennel. So if you take into account the STC rating of an exterior wall of a building between 40 and 55 STC, which is a sound transmission coefficient, that'll lower the decibel rating by anywhere from 40 to 55 decibels or more, depending on the frequency of the sound going through it. It's more effective with higher frequency noises than lower frequency noises, and dog barks are considered a high frequency audible noise. A whale sound would be like a low frequency noise, or the rumble of an earthquake would be a low frequency noise. So you'd actually get, better sound dampening from an exterior wall of a building for noise barks than you would for a low frequency sound. So by the time you get through the exterior wall, you'd lower that down to, 115 minus 55, so 60. 60 is the sound of a town. And then by the time you reach the chapel from its distance, you'd have a decrease of 6 decibels every time you double the distance from the wall. So you're going to get down to about a whisper level, if anything, and that's not counting any other mitigation from trees, from topography, from the wind direction. It's going to be a negligible level of sound, even in the worst possible conditions inside the kennel, which I don't think Jamie is going to let the kennel get that bad inside. But I'll let her speak to that. So another thing is that sound reflection was talked about earlier. For the sound to reflect back to the chapel from the cliff, it would have to reach the cliff at an audible level in the first place. The cliff is beyond the chapel, so you're not going to have any loud sound reaching the cliff and reflecting back to the chapel in any audible level. The calculations, I did these, so decibel levels, just so you know, are somewhat subjective. They're based on how we perceive sound. So to do these calculations, what you do is you convert decibels to what are sound pressure, and then you use physics equations for how sound pressure decreases over distance when it travels through the atmosphere. And I did it that way, and I also used the 6 decibel per foot sort of rule of thumb to get down. And either way, you get about 45 or 46 decibels diminished by the time you get from the dog boarding facility to the chapel. And I measured that on the GIS mapping system at 450 feet. So I didn't go in the field and measure that, but that's what I measured on the county's GIS system. And those are the numbers I came up with, and I really don't think, it's my professional opinion as an architect, I really don't think it's going to be audible the majority of the time. And if it is, I think it could be handled by a phone call, like, get the dog inside, we need you to do that, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue.
All right, thank you. 5 minutes still left in support. 5 minutes left in support. There she comes.
Do any of you have any questions for me? Yes.
Justice Harbison.
Could you move the kennel? Can you move the kennel down your property, on your property still, but down where it's not directly across from the chapel?
The horse riding arena, when it was built in 2007, cost over $60,000. So for me to move down the property would be financially, I could not do it financially. I have the facility. It has electric and water hookup. I've gotten permission to tie into the sewer, and it's already an existing building. I just want to say and just reiterate that the whole plan and the sound buffering and the management of the kennel, I am going to do everything that I can not to be, not to cause any hardship to any of the neighbors. I'm actually the closest neighbor to the facility. And so I've tried very hard to be a very good neighbor and to accommodate people when I can, to help my neighbors. And my desire is not to ruin anyone else's business, but I want the opportunity to have a business of my own.
Justice Keeklike, you had a question?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hertzberg, you mind if I ask you a question?
No, go right ahead.
You mentioned that it was important to you to make sure that there were no other hardships if the CUP is ratified and you do open your business. You mentioned it was important to you to reduce the amount of hardships that the business could potentially create in the neighborhood. Why is that important to you? Why is it important to you to reduce those hardships?
I'm sorry, I'm a little stuffed up because of my cold. Why is it not in?
Now, why is it important to you to make sure that if you open up a business, that it's part of a community and it's not just your business running out the other
Oh,
ones?
sure. Well, because I like my neighbors. And it's not in me to just say, this is what I'm gonna do and the heck with everybody else. It's just not my nature. And it is important to me. I do respect them and I respect their right to run their business and to do what they want on their property too.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Justice Roush?
So your property, are you using it as a business now?
I currently only board one horse.
Okay. Have you boarded more horses in the past?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many have you boarded at one time?
Probably, let me think here for a minute. Probably up to about 7 horses at one time.
Okay. So you've determined that the kennel cattery business is more lucrative than the horse business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any other supporters? You have a minute left if you have anything else. Any other questions? Minute?
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have a motion on the floor to, and it's been second, to ratify and pass the ordinance ratified and passed by the planning board. Are we ready? All right, Ms. Patty, let's do the roll call.
Fred Roush.
No.
Bill Usry.
Yes.
Daniel Balls.
Yes.
Harvey Bowman. Alicia Devons. Robert Dennis. Lisa Ecke. Ann Harbison. Joe Kiklak.
Yes.
Eva Madison.
Yes.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson.
Yes.
Butch Pond.
Yes.
And that passes, the ordinance passes. Okay, we're on to item number 13. Justice Roush.
Thank you, Judge. Tom is, Justice Lundstrom is not here tonight, so I was asked to present this. And if I could get Mr. Lester to help me with this.
Sure.
On item 13-1.
No, we want to push through it. Don't we want to push through? No, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
An emergency ordinance ratifying a conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Board.
All right, so this is a CUP for Frank House Residential Mercy and need a motion. It's been moved and properly second. It was moved by Justice Rouse, second by J.P. Manson. Who's did the second? Joe, J.P. Usry, I'm sorry. You're getting sound alike. All right, discussion?
I just want to say that this is an emergency CUP sponsored by J.P. Tom Lundstrom,
That's
who
correct.
says we're doing things too quickly around here. But anyway, I'm in support of it.
Any other discussion? All right, any public comments? Any public comments?
My name is Cassie Huran. I am representing my father-in-law, Richard Frank, who is the owner of this property. And just to say, we are not rushing this because it's been a couple months. It was supposed to be on the agenda last month. So on that note, we are seeking a cup only to separate these two residences that will be no additional structures or buildable lots. Property is a good candidate for a cup since these two residences are completely self-sufficient buildings with their own address, road frontage, easements, and septic, both primary and backup utilities, etc. We believe the community will benefit from separating these residences because both residences are in great need of interior and exterior renovation. Sorry, excuse me. A lot split would justify spending the needed resources on the smaller property, which would then add a much improved owner-occupied contributing structure for the neighborhood, resulting in an additional assessed parcel benefiting many entities, including the local school system, fire, police, roads, etc. Thank you for your time considering our application.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved. Any other discussion? It's been moved, properly second, for this emergency ordinance ratifying the conditional use by the planning board. Ms. Patty, you want to go ahead and take the roll?
Fred Roush. Yes. Bill Usry. Yes. Daniel Balls. Yes. Harvey Bowman. Yes. Alicia Devens. Yes. Robert Dennis. Yes. Lisa Ecke. Yes. Ann Harbison. Joe Kicklack. Eva Madison.
Yes.
Sue Madison.
Yes.
Joel Maxwell.
Yes.
Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
Yes.
All right, item number 14, J.P. Dennis.
An ordinance amending Washington County Code Sections 2.7-1.
County Attorney, yes.
County Attorney, yeah.
Okay, so that's already there. It's just an ordinance to amend, so we got a motion for that? Yes.
We were supposed to work on this, and I don't know why it's back on the agenda, because it was on hold for trying to tweak it, because we never figured out how we would shift from 9 to 6. So I just think this should be tabled, and the county attorney is supposed to work on it, so I just don't think we're ready for this one or the next one.
Well, I did, if you'll notice, I did make some adjustments to this. I also added an article as far as how to get, what the deal with these board members, because that was the concern. The chair of the committee asked that it be placed back on the agenda, and as y'all know, any JP can ask for an ordinance to be placed on the agenda, whether it goes to committee or not. So, but if you want to make if you would like to move to table it, that would be a proper motion.
That's a motion to table. Moved by Justice Eva Madison, second by Sue Madison, Justice Balls. All in, is that a roll or no? That's a roll. Roll call. Roll call just to table to the next one. Ms. Fatty?
Fred Roush.
Yes.
Bill Usry.
Yes.
Daniel Balls.
Yes.
Harvey Bowman.
Yes.
Alicia Devens.
Yes.
Robert Dennis.
Yes.
Lisa Ecke.
Okay, yes.
Ann Harbison.
That's fine.
I don't know why we have to, let's do all.
Come on, next. Keep calling, Patty, Ms. Patty.
Eva Madison. Sue Madison. Joel Maxwell. Joe Patterson. Butch Pond.
All right, item number 15,
Judge,
Justice
I
Dennis.
would move that we table my own ordinance, 15.1 until the next time. Or just withdraw it. I withdraw it.
All right, so we go on to Item 16 through 20, Justice Usry, you're up.
Okay, this is an ordinance that's recognizing some grant money. And if you'll read that for us, please, Mr. Lester.
An ordinance anticipating additional revenue of $7,800 in the Law Enforcement Grant Fund for 2017 and appropriating $7,800 from the Law Enforcement Grant Fund to the ADR grant budget.
Okay, and what this represents, and I'll be real brief about this, but it gives the Fourth Judicial Circuit judges the money to do hearings, to get things moved through without having to go through the entire process. Things are really simple. And it's a grant we've gotten before, and it's just been renewed, and Ms. Lloyd did a very good job on this one. And so again, I move that we pass it as written.
It's been moved and properly second. Ms. Patty? Oh, any discussion? Any discussion? Any public comments? Ms. Patty?
Brian, is this the one, this is the one that had some changes
Did this have changes? I'm sorry.
16.
in Article 2?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I apologize, I've got a lot of notes up here. So there's only one change to the ordinance that was submitted in the packet, and that's changing a line item. In paragraph,
Article 2.
Article 2 was added.
Article 2 is changed from 3514-0467 to 3514-0497. So we would need a motion to pass as amended.
So moved,
Has been
as amended.
Second.
motion moved as amended by Justice Ecke, seconded by Justice Usry. Any discussion? Public comment? Ms. Patty?
Fred Roush,
Yes.
Bill Usry,
Yes.
Daniel Balls, Harvey Bowman, Alicia Devons, Robert Dennis, Lisa Ecke, Ann Harbison, Eva Madison, Sue Madison, Joel Maxwell, and Butch Pond.
Yes.
Item 17, JP Usry.
Okay, if you could read that for us, please, Mr.
An ordinance reducing personal services line item in the Circuit Court Division 3 budget by $6,600 and appropriating the amount of $6,600 from the general fund to the Circuit Court Division 3 budget for 2017.
Okay, and this is just moving money to where it needs to be. And so I move that this be passed as written.
Been moved by Justice Usry, seconded by Justice Pond. Discussion? Public comments? Roll call, Ms. Patty.
Fred Roush,
Yes.
Bill Usry,
Yes.
Daniel Balls,
Yes.
Harvey Bowman, Alicia Devons, Robert Dennis, Lisa Ecke, Ann Harbison, Eva Madison, Sue Madison, Joel Maxwell, Butch Pond.
Yes.
All right, Justice Usry, item 18.
Okay, item 18 is where the assessor has gone out and bought a vehicle. He's bought it this year instead of next year, and I believe he saved some money by doing that as well. And so not only did it reduce next year's budget, but it saved the county money as well at the end. So I move this be passed as written.
Did we read that one?
Can you read that, please, Mr. Lester?
An ordinance reducing personal services line item in the assessor budget by $20,500 and appropriating the amount of $20,500 from the general fund to the assessor budget for 2017.
JP Madison.
Was this the car that we took out of the budget?
For next year, that was coming up, yes.
Okay.
So we're just moving some money that we had left over for this year.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily fault you. I'm just trying to figure out now exactly what we did differently to the budget from the one that we refused to pass, because we've now added back in the car we proudly cut. So just think everybody needs to think about that. Thank you, Judge.
Any other discussion? Any public comments? Roll call, Ms. Patty.
Fred Roush,
Yes.
Bill Usry,
Yes.
Daniel Balls. Yes. Harvey Bowman. Yes. Alicia Devons. Yes. Robert Dennis. Lisa Ecke. Yes. Ann Harbison. Eva Madison. Yes. Sue Madison. Yes. Joel Maxwell. Yes. Butch Pond.
Yes.
Item 19, Justice Usry.
Okay, item 19 is something that it came out of the Personnel Committee meeting and it needs to go through. And we've discussed this, and this is just straightening out the money part of it. And so, would you read this for us, please, Mr. Lester?
An ordinance changing the title of paralegal in the county attorney's budget, juvenile officer in the Circuit Court 3 budget, secretary receptionist in the veteran service budget, and HEO 1 in the road budget for 2017.
Justice Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. I was in personnel, and these items were each considered separately in personnel. And I voted against one of them, and I don't know how it got packaged all into one ordinance for this meeting, when they were clearly separate issues in Personnel Committee.
I can go back to look at. Ms. Patty, you wouldn't have any notes from the personnel, I can't remember.
Well, the chairman is here. I
Well-
bet she remembers how it was handled, because I voted
They
against one.
passed out a personnel committee, even though you may have voted against them.
Justice Madison.
I don't understand how this doesn't have to amend next year's budget.
Because you've already passed next year's budget with these changes.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, Ms. Farber is indicating we did not. These were new changes that came after we approved the budget, and I don't know why they weren't part of the budget package, but I don't understand how we're already amending next year's budget, and that's what this is doing, but that's what this should be doing, but that's not what the ordinance does. Because it is not budget neutral for next year. It is an increase to the budget for next year, and this does not reflect that. So all we're doing with this change is for this year, for the 10 days we have left, we're changing the title of positions in a budget for an ordinance that won't be effective for 30 days. So this ordinance is completely useless. What we need to be doing is this needs to be postponed until next month to be an amendment to next year's budget with the financial consequences that come from it. Because we're gonna pay to publish an ordinance that has absolutely no effect.
I will say to this, as far as the paralegal is concerned, my budget for next year was set up with this change in mind. It was a split between my budget and the road budget. I can't speak to any of the others, but I'm pretty sure that all of these amendments were changed in the budget for next year.
They weren't.
Yes, they were. Excuse me.
Ms. Farber is saying they weren't, so.
It's going to,
What is being done is these positions are being updated by title. These titles are not reflected in 2018 budget. Therefore, this is making a change and amending 2018 budget.
These changes were not in the 2018 budget package. Mr. Lester may be right that the money was there for his position, but the changes that are included in this were not part of the 2018 budget. So I have no idea why we're passing an ordinance for 10 days of 2017 when it will have no practical effect. I mean, we need to see the financial consequences of this. Maybe it's budget neutral for the county attorney's budget, but if we're upgrading grades from 8 to 15 and 15 to 16 and 11 to 15, there's a financial budgetary consequence. Well, and that's the other thing. I think we should sever this. I don't think we should be having an ordinance that puts 4 personnel changes that maybe we don't all agree on together. So I don't even know if we can do that with an ordinance that's of very different topics. I don't know how we sever an ordinance. So.
Judge?
Justice Usry and then Justice Ecke.
Well, I wasn't sure I was finished.
Oh, okay.
But-
Go ahead, Justice Madison, and then we'll go to
I mean, I
Justice
think-
Usry and Justice Madison.
I'm
Ecke.
very concerned that what we're doing is not proper.
And because we can't, if we go tomorrow and decide to change these, they will change back effective January 1st. So I'm very troubled by this. I don't think it's been done properly.
We're actually in our 2018 payroll budget
Hold
right now.
tight, Ms. Barber.
Well,
Justice, are you done?
well, if we're already in the 2018 budget, why are we changing anything about the 2017 budget? Why aren't we changing in the 2018 budget? And why didn't these come through the budget process? So this is bewildering. It seems like things are being slipped in. I mean, every change we made to the budget, we're reversing. The next thing you know, we're gonna decide that we need to put back $800,000 that we miraculously found. It just doesn't make any sense. So I yield the floor, Judge, thank you.
Justice Esri.
Each one of these were discussed in personnel meeting, and each one of these, they were either budget neutral or they actually end up saving money. Each one of these were looked at separately. We just put them all together because they all passed through the personnel committee. And that's why we put these together. These will affect next year. These are in next year's budget. That's why we're trying to get everything straightened out now. But as far as the dollars go, every one of these is either budget neutral or there was less money because of the way that they moved from one grade to another. We're just trying to get everything lined up, is what we're doing with this.
Justice Eki.
Thank you.
That's exactly what happened, Justice Esri. During the Personnel Committee, I believe that there was only one vote of no when Justice Sue Madison did not approve of the secretary receptionist in the Veterans Administration. But as Ms. Frisbee, and there's some department heads that are here, and they're more than welcome to come in and address this, they had people that either retired or resigned at a higher grade, and that this is a new person coming in at a lower grade, thus saving the county money as far as personnel, and that's why it was budget neutral. But they did change the title, like paralegal, in order to satisfy the questions and that were raised before. I believe the question was with the paralegal in the county attorney's office. So a motion has been made to pass these, and I second it.
Who made the motion to pass?
Justice Esri.
So I'm not on the Personnel Committee meeting. I think more than half of us are not, so we have not all voted on this. I also was not present because I was in Pine Bluff for work. But nevertheless, I think what we are doing does not accomplish what you all think you are doing. And I think you're going to be mistaken. You're going to find out come January 1 that you needed to amend the 2018 budget. I can't imagine why we have an ordinance on December 21st to amend a budget it's no longer even in effect. So if you all thought you were changing the titles of positions, you're not. This ordinance is going to be a waste of money to publish it. We need to start over next month and get it right.
I think that, just to speak to that, I think the issue is the 2017. If that was removed, then these would be permanent changes to these positions. And so that would need to be amended if that was the intent to permanently change.
I'm sorry, what was that? What was
The ordinance is to change these titles for 2017. For it to be a permanent change, the for 2017 would need to be removed, and they would need to just say that these were changed. I'm sorry, I lost my place.
19.
Why can't I? Yeah. I think the thing is, the budgets were changed to reflect these changes.
No, we didn't vote on them. If they were changed, we didn't vote.
You voted on a budget, you voted on mine, and it is how it's set up, which reflects this change. I think that's the way with, Ms. Farber's the comptroller and didn't vote because she doesn't have a vote.
You don't either.
You're right, and I'm not saying I do, but you're incorrect. What I'm saying is the for 2017 in the title and in the articles would need to be removed from each of these to make the changes of permanent.
I move to amend the.
Did I answer your question, J.P. Roush?
I'm still confused, and I guess being new, still catching on some, I guess. I'm not sure why, I don't understand that for 2017.
And that's what he's
This does
saying.
apply for 2018. So we're gonna take off the 2017, and these positions were in the budget for 2018.
That's correct.
The comptroller is the one that drafted this ordinance with the 2017 language, and clearly it should not have been in there.
Can we not just change 2000, I drafted, never mind. Can we not just change 2017 to reflect 2018 since we're now in the 2018 payroll budget?
Based on Ms. Madison's argument, then it would only change for 2018, and it would all revert back in 2019.
I
So you're saying that every time a position is changed, it only changes for a year and it all reverts back? I don't think that's how it works. I think if you change the title of a position once, it's perpetual, it goes forward. But your argument is that if you change it, it only changes for a year and changes back. And I agree with the language of this, with this ordinance.
Thank you, Madison.
Everything we do is on an annual budget basis. We would have to approve the 2019 budget with these same positions in it. We have no ability to say that something will be a permanent change. We don't have that ability. We can't commit another budget year. Everything is by year. So I don't think this court knows what they're voting on. I don't think we know what came out of personnel, which is confusing. And I don't think it's very confidence-inspiring at 10 o'clock at night to be doing this. I don't think that we should be amending an ordinance to say 2018 for something that came out of committee as 2017 and was published on an agenda to the public as 2017. I think that's very different.
We've amended several ordinances that were published on an agenda with certain
Okay.
numbers that are changed.
Judge, can the county attorney respond when he's asked a question too? Because he's sort of like arguing with me. I have valid concerns about this. I think the best move is to table 19.1, and I so move.
All right. It's been moved and properly seconded to table. It's been moved by Justice Eva Madison, seconded by Justice Justice Maxwell. Did you second? Justice Sue Madison.
It's Daniel Balls, actually.
Ms. Patty? This is to table.
Fred Roush,
Yes.
Bill Usry,
No.
Daniel Balls,
Yes.
Harvey Bowman,
Yes.
Alicia Devons, Robert Dennis, Lisa Ecke, Ann Harbison, Joe Kickblack, Tom Lundstrom, Eva Madison,
Yes.
Sue Madison,
Yes.
Joel Maxwell,
Yes.
Butch Pond.
Yes.
Okay, it's tabled. Number 20, Justice Usry.
Read that, please, Mr. Lester.
An ordinance transferring monies of $20,383 within the OJP Drug Court Enhancement Budget in the Drug Court Grant Fund for 2017.
Yes.
Yes, and I do have an update. There's another mistake. It should be, let me pull it up here. We are changing the medical/dental/hospital to the medicine and drugs.
So I move this be passed as written with the amendment, with the changes in it.
It's been moved, properly second. Discussion?
They've
Justice-
also added another
Right.
grant.
Right, there's another grant added for
title.
$48,525. Article 2.
It should be on your tab, I think your last tab on your computer.
Was that 20-1?
I'm not following you, Ms. Patty.
Where is
I
that?
made a copy of 20 agenda,
She
So are
corrected
we
it.
inserting this one and pulling out the one that was in the packet? So
Right.
substituting the amendment. Okay,
Okay, so Ms. Patty, you have corrected, is that listed on there corrected?
Is that the 20.1?
Corrected
Yes.
20.1? Okay, in your
Which
tab
it
under
needs to-
20, it should say 20, it should say corrected on there. In your
It's
tab.
a new tab at the top. It'll be,
It,
and I'll get it up here.
Agenda from the website, you can click on the last.
Yeah,
Right.
oh, the second to last. Okay, there you go.
see that?
I don't have it on there.
Okay.
So,
That's it.
I'll read, it's an ordinance transferring monies of $20,383 within the OJP Drug Court Enhancement Budget in the Drug Court Grant Fund and appropriating $28,142 from the Drug Court Grant Fund to the Drug Court Accountability Budget for 2017.
And, go ahead, JP Masson.
Is this truly a 2017 amendment?
She's saying yes.
It is? Okay, thank you, Ms. Farber.
JP Madison.
Am I reading it correctly that it's costing $28,000?
What actually happened was, there was carryover into 2017 of the 28,000, but it was not appropriated.
Okay.
So it's budget neutral.
Okay, because it doesn't look like that.
Right, right. It's coming from the grant fund since
Okay.
it's already there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? We got a motion with the amended. It's been seconded. Any other discussion? It was motion with the, motion by Justice Usry, second by Justice Balls, with, as amended. Any other discussion? Public comment? Ms. Patty?
Fred Rouse.
Yes.
Bill Usry. Daniel Balls. Harvey Bowman. Alicia Devons. Robert Dennis. Lisa Ecke. Ann Harbison. Joe Kicklack.
Yes.
Eva Madison. Sue Madison. Joel Maxwell. Butch Pond.
Yes.
All right, that is done. Justice Ecke, item 21.
Thank you, Judge. And I have been asked that Watson will explain to 21.1 on this as to exactly what happened. Thank you.
Good evening. On agenda item 21 and 22, they were incorrectly deleted off the Personnel Committee agenda on personnel meeting. And so as a result of that, I conferred with AAC General Counsel to see if I could include those two items on the agenda for tonight. Both of those are demotions or organizational reorganizations. For the one on 21, it's a person who is a supervisor who is, because of circumstances, both personal and professional, that the area would like to put them at as a HEO2. But they didn't, and because of the performance that the person has exemplified while they were in the position, they didn't want to penalize the person fully. In the salary administration program policy, it does stipulate that any placement in a demotion can go above the maximum of what's normally allowed, which is usually the first quartile. But anything above the midpoint, the elected official has to bring it to personnel, and that didn't occur on last Monday, so hence I'm bringing it to you now. As long as it does not go above the maximum in the grade. So that's the situation on that one in 21. In 22, the prosecutor's office, there was a grade 13 victim assistance coordinator position that was approved by the Personnel Committee 2 months ago. And The person who has been doing it on an ad hoc basis is a grade 14. And so that person would like to, because it is a required, a largely bilingual sort of role, that person is fluent in a second language. But they would like to do the job, that new position, the victim assistance. However, again, they didn't want, because they're in the third quartile in 14, they didn't want to be penalized by doing this job, which is one grade lower. So hence, again, both of those are people going to lower demotions without punitive sort of result. Are there any questions?
Judge, I will say this. When we had this discussion up in JSAP, next year I have invited Mr. Blair Johansson to address the newer JPs on the court and also the rest of us, giving us an overview of the JSAP policy, what stays within JSAP, what gets referred to the Personnel Committee, and then what goes from the Personnel Committee to the Budget and Finance or to the full Quorum Court for approval. One of these was just a misinterpretation of policy, which would stay up in JSAP and not be referred to personnel. And so that's what happened. In discussing this with Watson and coming up with the solution, we not being mercenaries, but trying to be fiduciarily responsible, asked that we put it on the Quorum Court, and the ACC said, quoted the law that says, yes, you can, and that would save the county, whatever, $3,000 for an additional emergency personnel committee. So we asked the indulgence of this court. That is why it was put on the agenda this evening.
All right,
And-
we'll do these separately. So, Justice Balls, I'm sorry.
Do we need an ordinance or something for this? We don't? Okay, that's all I was wondering.
No, we just gonna do a roll call, voice vote as if it was in personnel, but it's now the whole court to support, or not. Justice Clark.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Watson. I'm sorry that I haven't had a chance to reach out about this already, but I'm wondering if you could speak to an employee that would, to argue that if that person, if their coworker was demoted, but they still retained a grade that was higher than typically one would retain when they were demoted, is that okay? Is that ethical?
It's in
the opinion
policy.
of Human Resources?
It is in the policy.
It's our policy? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me, and if this person that was in the victim assistance coordinator position was not given a new grade, then it would be, I imagine it would be hard to be able to find somebody that already has the qualifications of the person that wants to fill the position now.
Yes.
On item 22. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Justice McElwell.
Thank you, Judge. I have a couple of questions. On number 3, I see what we're moving them to the top of the first quartile for a grade 16, but I don't see what we're moving them from.
Number 3.
I'm looking at December 11th, 2017, JSAP Personnel Committees.
Okay, great.
1, 2, and 3.
And your question again, J.P. Maxwell?
I see where we're moving on the third item, the paralegal position. I see where we're moving them to the first
No.
quartile.
We're just doing the two. No, the number one, the highlighted one.
I think I've just added to my already growing confusion then.
Yes, the first one
Right,
and the
number
last
21.
one.
Heavy equipment operator,
Are we on the 21?
on number 21. Heavy equipment operator, it's the first one that you said number 3, but we're only on the first one.
He's looking at this
letter.
spreadsheet for JSAP. He's looking at that one.
Yes.
I believe.
It's just the road department, number 1.
All right, so let me clarify here then. So I have two things. I was on the agenda a minute ago when we were discussing the 4 that got tabled, so they didn't make it to me. I will say this, it'd be really nice if we could do these one at a time. I think that'd be helpful. And then the second question is, do we intend to address all 3 of these tonight?
Just the one.
Or just the one?
Number 21 and number 22.
No, number 21 and number 22.
Okay, on 21.1 is what I'm looking at. There's 3 items on there.
Right, only the first one, number 1,
Oh, I'm sorry.
the highlighted.
So that's the only one we're
That's right.
intending to address tonight.
And then number 22,
So I want to make sure,
I was talking, yeah, they've got 21.2. That's what I was referring to, the HEO equipment 2, HEO 2?
I guess I'm confused because 21.1 has all 3 of them on it. 21.2 only has the HEO.
Right, right. Okay, that letter there, oftentimes the elected official presents a justification letter. Okay, so what's highlighted in the first one, that dovetails to 21.2. If that answers your question.
Not really, but I think I'm going to yield my time. Thank you.
I see.
any other discussion? Okay.
So this is not a change in title. That's why it
No.
doesn't need to make the budget change. It's just an exception for placement.
That's correct.
In the,
Yes.
within the band.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's a, yes.
I think that I'm troubled that all of these changes can be made at an increased cost and yet no budget adjustments are needed at all. I don't know how many of these we've had come through in the last few months. And that really gives me pause over what's in the budget, because this doesn't need to be changed for the 2017 budget or the 2018 budget. And so it leaves me to wonder, what in the world did we pass for the budget that we can just, we have this much latitude? And I know this is not really addressed to you, Mr. Watson, but I just think we need to be a little bit more mindful of the fact that every time we praise something for not having a budget impact, it doesn't not have a funding impact or an expense impact. And we're not doing our jobs with our budget if we can do all of these increases without budget changes. So I think this is proper. I think what you're doing is proper. I commend you for trying to fix it and do it the right way.
I see.
But it troubles me that we have this much room in our budgets when we say we've tried so hard to cut them to where they need to be. So I think we need to watch this, because this may be budget neutral, it's not cost neutral. So
And
thank you.
JP Madison, if I may, I acknowledge your point, and I think trying to be fiscally circumspect, I think that's good advice at any time. I suspect, though, the dynamic of, particularly in regards to the roads, there's an older demographic there. They have a significant percentage of attrition, as well, not only just normal attrition, but also demographic, an older workforce retiring. They had 2 that left today. And I think because of that, because a lot of them are at the top of their grades, when they rehire, the person they rehire, unless they're experienced, they're coming in lower. So that, I think, is a cumulative effect in regards to the amount of fat that tends to probably they garner down there in the road department. And I think that's probably why you're seeing some of that. That in no way is trying to explain away where there may be some fat in other work areas, but that's particularly the case there. In regards to the, I'm sorry. Is there any other questions about
Justice Usry, I think he had something.
or 22?
I mean, if I'm reading this note correctly, it says that this person is going from 2208 down to $18. So it will have an impact on the budget. It'll have an impact of reducing the budget. And I think if we do that, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. Maybe I'm missing the point. But that's what it appears to me like they were, and where we do those things, people should be, I mean, that's what we need to be doing. We need, every chance we get, we need to be reducing the budget. So, okay, thank you.
Justice Keekley.
Thank you, Judge. And I appreciate that we are always, and the staff of Washington County is always looking for ways to try and save money in an ethical and responsible way. But we cannot operate in 2018 with ordinances that say there's no budget impact if there really is a funding impact. And I appreciate what a previous speaker has articulated, that we're at a point where financially we must be as responsible as the county has ever been, and as guardians of the fisc in the Quorum Court, our chief responsibility is to fully understand the budget and financial impacts of the county. We have to be able to see these more clearly and understand them. And I understand in this case, they've been provided, the numbers have been provided, but in other ordinances, the numbers have not been provided, and the Quorum Court has been asked to pass them. We must ask these questions. It's nothing against any staff member, it's nothing against the county judge, it's nothing against one party or the other party. The Quorum Court has to do its job to figure out what exactly the financial impacts are. And in 2018, I hope that we will all continue to ask the questions of what exactly does the financial impact have if there's no budget impact. Thank you all again, and I want to reiterate, or just say that it's been a pleasure to work with everyone this year. Thank you.
Any other? Justice Bowman.
Thank you, Judge. You know, I can understand the confusion. I was in on the JSAP meetings about this. I was also in the Personnel Committee meetings about this, and these issues were dealt with in detail. And there was no case at all where the budget was impacted in a negative way by increasing cost. The senior officials going out and younger people coming in at a different level in that grade. So I can tell you, my memory serves me well at all, I think it does. This is all absolutely correct. They are coming in without any impact, negative impact on the budget. Thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll do a voice vote on the motion that was motion by Justice Usry, second by Justice Ball, and all in favor of item number 21, which is the heavy equipment operator and the changes there. All in favor?
Is this specifically 21.2?
21 point, item number 21.1, just the
No, it's just that
highlighted
one.
yellow, the heavy equipment operator, heavy equipment operator, item number 21.
I follow the wording. It looks like though, if we pass 21.1, we're doing 3 items at once, but that's.
No, it's not. That justification letter, Ms. Burnett,
We're referring to 21.1, and there's only one sheet in our agenda that's labeled 21.1.
that's right.
So if we vote to pass 21.1, it's hard for me to understand. I'm coming to an issue with the whole thing, but it's hard for me to understand how we can just single out something that's highlighted and pass the whole page.
Well, it's just, that's the justification letter, and what happens is that what you see from 21.2, that support document there, there's 2 other ones that went with that, and that's how it's presented to the JSAP at the time. So we just cobbled together just the justification letter as well as the other support for that.
I understand all that.
Okay.
I just know that procedurally, if we pass 21.1,
We're not-
as it's written, we are sort of kind of passing the entire page. That was my reason for the question earlier. It's more of a technical procedural.
Okay.
question than it is.
But the motion should be to pass the heavy equipment operator.
Yes, 21.2.
Got it.
Those are attachments.
Yeah.
Those are not what are being
Just the-
presented here. It's the heavy equipment operator change that's the motion. It doesn't, the attachments are only there for
Support document.
illustration.
Support.
Yeah, I understand all that. I just know that when we say 21.1, we're talking about an entire document.
Right, but we won't put that on the motion. We'll just say heavy equipment operator.
Would it
Not-
just
not
be,
the- Not the attachment, not the
would you be
amendment.
voting on 21 more so than 21.1? 21.1 and 21.2 are really supporting documents for 21, the agenda item.
Right, so we're voting on item
I'm
number,
missing something on my agenda. I don't show a 21.
Item.
0. I show a 21.1.
item number 21. Just the heavy equipment operator, not the attachments.
Like I said, I understand all that. I just know when we call 21.1, we're calling the whole document. So
All right, would
I
you,
want to be clear on what we're actually.
Justice Usry, will you clarify your motion? Oh, will you clarify, I'm sorry, will you clarify your
I'd like to make a motion that we pass the heavy equipment operator 21.1, specifically number 1
Just take the 21 off.
on 21.
Yeah.
Well, it's item number 1,
All
which
right,
is the heavy-duty operator.
okay. Okay, 21.1.
Nine,
right.
nine, 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 no. And,
All right. That's been moved, and we have a second?
yes,
And there's a
thank you.
second. All in favor? Those opposed? All right, that is passed, and now, same thing,
Okay, now we have item
Yes.
number 22,
What's the
Victims
motion?
Assistance Coordinator, and it's 22, I guess here we go, .1. Yeah, 22.1, because this is the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney. I tell you what, faithful,
Yes, Ms.
loyal, and true, Mr. Durant is in the back of the room, waiting for this to be passed. Bless your heart.
All right, so it's been a
Is there-
motion, a motion to pass Victim Assistance Coordinator, 22.1.
We
Is
need a second.
And a second? All in favor? Those opposed? Amen.
You got it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Item,
Yay.
there's a resolution, Justice Balls.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Mr. Lester, would you read the resolution for the, I don't know how to describe it, but you could read the addition.
Sure.
By title only, please.
A resolution expressing the willingness of Washington County to utilize federal aid surface transportation block grant program attributable funds administered by the Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission to begin design and environmental work on the Howard Nickel Road and Highway 112 intersection project.
I may have to have Mr. Gales come up and explain this, if he doesn't mind.
This item is this resolution is a result of a joint meeting between Fayetteville, the Department of Transportation, and our group, because there's 3 property owners at this particular intersection. If you're aware of it, it's the first 90 degrees, it's north for from Sam's, you turn 90, you go left, and you're on 112, and then as you turn north on 112, intersection of Howard Nickel Road. The project will be placed on the 2019 proposal for a grant application. Our position is that they require a resolution from each of the entities, Fayetteville and ourselves, stating that we will participate in the construction engineering and the environmental studies. Our obligation will be for $35,000 if we are awarded the grant. And then as a result, the Highway Department will build this intersection, and our participation will be approximately 5% of the total cost. Now, it's not only the intersection, it will be approximately 660 to 1,300 feet to the west on Howard Nickel Road, the same on going north, and the same back to the east. And we thinking that the Highway Department will go ahead and extend from their present construction past this intersection and go approximately 600 feet north, which will be a tremendous asset to that area. And it's Mr. Ball's.
Yes, it is. I hate that intersection.
And we're real proud that he's got one in his area.
I don't have a lot of county in my area. I'm almost all in Fayetteville. So I'm going to make a motion that we pass this resolution on.
It's been moved and properly second. We just do a voice. It's a roll call. Ms. Patty? Any discussion, I guess? All right, public comments? Ms. Patty?
Fred Rouse.
Yes.
Bill Essery. Daniel Balls. Harvey Bowman. Alicia Devens. Robert Dennis. Lisa Ecke. Ann Harbison. Joe Kicklack. Eva Madison. Joel Maxwell. Butch Pond.
All right, so the resolution passed.
Thank you, and the timeline of this, we need to get it validated and get it to Tim Conklin up at Northwest Regional.
Got
And
it.
I'm going to be out for a week, so I wanted to put that in. Have a happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Justice Balls. And that leads us to committee reports. Justice Bowman, you have anything? All right. Justice Dennis, Justice Ecke? Brought the rest over here. All right. Justice Ussery, or Justice Maxwell? Justice Ussery. All right. Other business?
Yes, Judge.
Justice Bowman.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, I've asked our attorney for an update on the lawsuit against the county, and I'd like for him to share what he's found out about that right now.
On the
lawsuit brought by.
particular to the county
Yes,
judge's office?
yes.
Okay. Because we got a bunch. Sheriff's, et cetera, so.
There was, I think there was the media's written a little bit about it. There was an inquiry made by JP Eva Madison to the association and the Risk Management Fund. There was a letter submitted back to her from Mike Rainwater as far as their position and kind of answering some questions, and I apologize, I don't have that letter on me. Basically, the association's position is that they support both the Quorum Court and the county judge. They based that decision, and I don't have the numbers to give you. I'll be happy to email everybody Mike's letter so that it kind of better explains it. They cite an Attorney General opinion from Mark Pryor when he was Attorney General back in 2001, that where he opined that the Quorum Court, while they can set certain regulations that apply to employees, such as hours and vacation and sick leave and that sort of thing, the Quorum Court cannot set rules that dictate how any elected official hires people in their department. And it's a very long email. It goes into a lot of depth. I'll be happy to share that, send that, and share that. So their position is that the Quorum Court the county hasn't done anything wrong other than, and neither has the county judge in the hiring because of that. And they go in to talk about Amendment 55 to the Arkansas Constitution and the state laws that specifically state that the Quorum Court cannot pass an ordinance that directly requires an elected official to do a certain thing. In other words, the Quorum Court is kind of on a level playing field with all elected officials. No elected official has the ability to tell another elected official what to do. The Quorum Court, the judge, the assessor, the treasurer, there is no hierarchy when it comes to who has the ultimate authority over things. The Quorum Court, though, can make policy as it relates to personnel, and all county employees have to adhere to said policy. That's in a nutshell. Unless JP Madison wants to add to it, all I can do is send that out and get everybody a copy of it to read for themselves.
Okay. Well, I guess the key thing here, and the reason I want to do this, is I asked him for detail on the Attorney General's opinions about this thing. And opinion number 2000-151 is written by, at that time, Mark Pryor was the Attorney General. And I read through here and I highlighted a bunch of things in there he said, but each time he talked about the separation of powers between the Quorum Court and the judge or other elected officials, it very clearly states that we cannot write rules that applies to the judge or other elected officials and the rules they establish for their team. And I think this lawsuit goes straight at that and tries to say the judge and these other people have violated some kind of ordinance or law because they didn't exactly follow what the Quorum Court had said should be done. And I think it's really important that we validate the fact that we recognize that authority that's come down from the Attorney General. And I want to make a motion that we pass a resolution, or whatever you want to call it, to send to Rainwater to validate our support of their opinion that this need to be thrown out of court. That's not a valid suit.
Okay, you got a motion?
Got a motion?
So,
Sir?
the comment was there's no written resolution to submit. So do you want to call it a resolution? Do you want to even, I don't know what you're looking at doing, but.
Well, the main thing I want to do is get word to the Rainwater firm, that as a quorum court, we recognize their suggestion to the judge that it be thrown out of court, and that we support that decision. Call it a motion or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what the effect would be, but the main thing is that we should show support for his decision to have this thrown out.
Justice Pine? Well, is this in relation to?
Yes,
It's not.
second for sake of discussion, but I would suggest that you ask the county attorney to draft a resolution for us to look at, and then we make a motion to actually pass it.
I'll accept that as a amendment to my motion.
So I withdraw my second.
All right, Justice Madison.
We don't have a resolution.
The county attorney is named as an individual defendant in the case and has private counsel. So I think that if anybody's going to draft a resolution, it should be a different attorney. I mean, not me, I'm not suggesting that, but the conflict of interest from an attorney's point of view in this case are beyond the discussion at 10:35 at night. But I wanted to just address Mr. Rainwater's email to me, which I think all of you should look at, because it has gotten the attention of JPs around the state who are taking this matter up through the AAQC, because effectively what Mr. Rainwater has said is that the quorum court can pass all the personnel policies they want, but no elected official has to follow them. So think for a minute about what that means for our ability to pass any meaningful personnel policy. We can do it, but nobody has to follow it. That's the position that he has taken, only in consultation with individual defendants in the case. And so the merits of that lawsuit aside, which I absolutely think this court has no business weighing in on, and I don't want to weigh in on it. I think for us to give an opinion to a court of law as to who we think is right in a lawsuit makes us look really stupid. But I think we should all be concerned about the legal position we're taking for all purposes for what this body's power is. Separation of powers is important, but are we ceding all authority to control any personnel matter to the executive branch? That's concerning. That means that if we pass a uniform vacation policy, they don't have to follow it. They can just ignore us. If we pass a uniform benefits policy, circuit clerk, county clerk, they don't have to follow it. That's the opinion that the firm has taken on behalf of the county as a whole. Now, I agree sometimes there are occasions when you side with one branch of government, and in most cases, the branches of government are in harmony. But this is an important issue outside of this case, and I don't think we ought to be weighing in on anything having to do with it. We should leave this to the lawyers and keep our stuff out of it, but we should be concerned for the policy implications it has for what our legislative authority has. Because if what Mr. Rainwater says is correct, we might as well abandon the Personnel Committee. We might as well abandon it, because all the work of the Personnel Committee is for nothing. Nothing we do matters. So I think it's way too late to be having this discussion. It's almost 11 o'clock on December 21st. I'm leaving town in the morning. I mean, we had a child here, and an employee's child here until 10:30 in the back of the room. We need to go home.
County Attorney Lester, and then JP Bowman.
Thank you, Judge. If you read this opinion that I cited here by the Attorney General, they address all those issues in there very clearly. And it doesn't negate what we decide, but it does take the authority from us to tell the judge or other elected officials about their hiring practices and how they operate within their area. So I'd ask you to have the attorney send this to everybody and let everybody read it and see the details involved, because it's very detailed.
Okay,
I'll let it go at that.
then.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Justice
Thank
Bowman.
you.
Justice Keekley.
Move we adjourn.
We have any other comments on any other business? Any other business?
Okay, you're right, sorry.
Any other business?
It's late.
All right. No other business? No other comments, public? All right. I have one other. Who you pointing? Justice Keekley?
Let the new guy jump the gun, right? I've enjoyed working with you all very much. I move we adjourn.
Been moved and properly second. Meeting adjourned.